Hello, everybody. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, wherever it is in the world for you. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the Games Done Quick Hot Fix. This is Challenger Approaching, the show where we feature challenge runners and the challenge runs that they perform. My name is Adef. I am your host, as always, and joining us this evening is Danny B,
Hello?
renowned Ocarina of Time speedrunner and recent Ocarina of Time any percent world record obliterator.
That's
So
me.
that is you, Danny. How are you doing tonight?
Doing great. The thing is, OT any percent world record sounds very impressive. And then you realize that I just spent 1 month never leaving Kokiri Forest, so I am rusty. I am rusty. The OT any percent world record holder is rusty at Ocarina of Time, so that should be fun.
Excellent. I realized I forgot to do the announcements, so let me do two quick announcements, Danny. If you missed out on any GDQ hotfix shows, Twitch chat, check out our archive of past runs and shows on youtube.com/gamesdonequick. And if you are watching on YouTube, feel free to join us at twitch.tv/gamesdonequick sometime. Check out our live shows starting most nights at 7 p.m. Eastern. And we are on an earlier slot for Challenger Approaching right now for a few weeks at least, maybe for the foreseeable future. I'm not quite sure, but we're going to be at 7 p.m. Eastern for Challenger Approaching moving forward for a while. So an earlier slot for those of you that want to check out the show. But Danny, tell me a little bit about Ocarina of Time 80% and just, sort of the elevator pitch for what happened to it and what you have been grinding.
Yeah, sure. So pretty much anyone who's into speedrunning knows that OT any percent has a pretty long history. It's gone through a lot of changes. The most notable route that everyone and their mother is aware of is the one that wrong warps from the Deca Tree to Ganon's castle and beats the game in like 17, 18 minutes. About a year and a half ago, that all went out the window. And for the first time in like a decade, OT goes straight to the credits now. And it does so literally without ever leaving Kokiri Forest, the village. You just run around, collect some rupees, and you do this crazy glitch that was discovered in 2019 called SRM. And all of a sudden, you're just talking to Zelda in the sky.
It's pretty sick. And Danny has spent the last good while. I mean, the route, if you can call it that, has changed ever so slightly over time with this really short run. And Danny has kind of been at the forefront of the push with every iteration and recently claimed a 650. Congratulations, Danny.
Thank you. Pretty good time.
I think it is quite good. I think it smashed your expectations potentially, right?
Yeah, I knew I could do a 650 or a 649, and I was just kind of hoping that whenever I got my run, it would be a 649. So I've got that little nagging voice in the back of my head saying, "Go back and finish it."
No,
it's a trap.
No, you can't do it.
It's a trap.
You can't let the voice get you. That's the classic speedrun trap. You can't let the voice make you grind for rupees for another 1,000 years.
For one more second or less.
Yes. Okay, so Danny, tell us a little bit about what you and I are going to be doing this evening.
Yeah, sure. So Ocarina of Time has so much tech, and most of it you will, or at least a good chunk of it, you'll never see in speedruns, just because there aren't enough speedrun routes out there to encompass everything that you can do in this game. And so a fun thing that people like to do once in a while is come up with puzzle challenges where you create a goal. It probably won't resemble any sort of speedrun goal that you're used to, like beating the game or specifically beating dungeons or anything. It could be a completely arbitrary goal, like, go run to the top of the tower in Kakariko Village and use some items, right? But the point is to construct a goal with restrictions that makes it challenging to accomplish that goal. And oftentimes you'll need to know a bunch of strats that you might not use very often, you might not ever see in speedruns. So Adif and I have constructed secret puzzles for each other that will be revealed only as we run them. So I'll be running his puzzle and he'll be running mine.
Yeah, so Danny is going to go first this evening. Danny will run the puzzle that I have created for him. And, we both have kind of created things that I think will be a little bit of a doozy. And really, the biggest thing with Ocarina of Time puzzles is that they really are supposed to be knowledge tests in a lot of ways. How much do you really know about Ocarina of Time? And how much of that knowledge are you willing to put to the test? The good news is, since we are both in the call at the same time, if we ever run into huge snags, we can help each other. Since this is a live setting, it is a little stressful. and hopefully we'll be able to help each other out. But Danny, if you're ready, we can pop over to your game feed.
Sure. Yeah, I'm sitting on the on the file select screen right now. Let me bring up your DM where you sent me the PDF that I'm gonna need.
I think what we did for the puzzle challenge you gave me a couple weeks ago was when we started the timer, I looked at it for the first time.
Okay, we can do that. I'll select my file and open the link at the same time. How's that sound?
Sounds good. Oh, you capitalized the A in ADEF, Danny. My disappointment is immense.
I'm sorry. I'm going to remake it right now.
It can't be measured, my disappointment. Oh, my image is on screen. Nice. Okay, Danny and I also made our own images for the puzzles, like little bite-sized images, so hopefully my image is just a beautiful work of art. I did use Breath of the Wild text.
I think
whenever
I'm
you're ready.
So
give us a countdown.
Let's do it in 3, 2, 1, go.
And read the little blurb at the start.
All right, let's see. Make this a little bigger for myself. All right. It's called Stingy Skulltula House. Link needs a bigger wallet in order to afford new earrings. The cursed individuals in the Skulltula House want to help Link out with this, but unfortunately they're very particular about the requirements to give Link a new wallet. They want to ensure that the gold Skulltulas are locally grown and sourced out of dungeons. They also want to be absolutely sure that the Skulltulas were not killed via any traditional means. Additionally, they want to be confident that Link fits their standards as well. This means that he shouldn't have access to any swords as a child. That's dangerous. He shouldn't have traded with anyone. Trading is bad, I guess. And he shouldn't have access to any, quote, hover boots as adult. Those are an affront to physics. How blasphemous. Lastly, they're concerned about the safety of Kakariko Village, since there's a massive floating eyeball monster that lives in the Shadow Temple. That's fair. Goals. Beat the Shadow Temple, not just Bongo. You have to get the medallion. Finish by collecting the adult's wallet. Okay, simple goals. Now here for the restrictions. This is what's gonna make it hard. Oh, let me not scroll down, otherwise I'll see the route. Restrictions: no Kokiri sword, no hookshot, no boomerang, no hover boots, no trade items, and the 10 skulls used for the adult wallet must be 1 Skulltula from every adult dungeon, that makes 5, 1 Skulltula from every child dungeon, that's 3 for 8, 1 Skulltula from Bottom of the Well, 1 Skulltula from Ice Cavern. Okay, so basically every dungeon-like area that has a Skulltula in it, we gotta get 1 from each. And we do not have any of the ranged weapons that are useful for collecting Skulltula tokens, hookshot and boomerang. No Kokiri sword, which means that either I need to know Mito Skip as a child or I'm doing Deku as adult. So probably the latter, because that trick has not been useful in many years. No trade items means that I can't really do any useful RBA to give myself a bomb bag or a wallet, which is important for the goal. Anything like that. No quiver. I'll probably get a bottle anyway, so I can RBA myself from some bomb chews, since I won't be able to have a bomb bag until I go to DC. And no hover boots, which means just quality of life is down.
I basically, I don't know, I'm really enjoying this as the puzzle creator because, for obvious reasons.
Okay, well, there's a lot to think about. Trying to think if there's any of those dungeons I want to do as child. Probably Bottom of the Well. And you guys might notice me just doing terrible movement at the start because my brain is on autopilot with the game and 100% focused on thinking about what the heck I'm about to do.
This is what happened last time when you made a challenge for me. My movement for the first 15 minutes was horrible because I was so focused on the task at hand.
Okay, so I just got the Kokiri sword because I'm a dummy. And I'm on autopilot.
Yeah, I wasn't even paying attention.
Gonna not
just
equip
don't equip it.
Yeah,
just don't equip it.
That's literally the first thing in the restrictions. So if you didn't believe me that I'm on autopilot, there you go, proof.
You have done like 10,000 any percent attempts.
That's true. This the first thing that I'm doing after this is not getting the Hookery Sword after I just did 450 OT any percent attempts over the course of a month. So that's not the best. Okay, so I can't slash that sign. I can't do bridge clips. So let's just go in here and we'll get some rupees from Mito's house. Oh, that's hard. Alright, I'm not gonna get the single rupee. It is going to be weird not having a sword. So I'm gonna have to do some stuff in bottom of the well where I would want a sword. So I should probably buy some sticks, I think. At least one. Yeah, let's do that.
I just so you don't have to look, but you can know, the route I made is super detailed.
Okay, cool.
So it has information of like everything that you have to do. I did not have time this week to do a full actual run through, so if it doesn't work, that's my fault. But
all right.
I did every individual trick in practice to make sure every single thing is possible. So it's just the route possibly that could be an issue, but it looks like Danny's getting the right amount of rupees, so I think we are okay so far.
I'm settling on 60 because I want 2 sticks right now. I don't think I need to buy nuts.
Oh yeah, I'm dumb. In my route I was like, oh, you should get Deku Shield, sticks, and nuts because you should do walking while talking. But I'm realizing that even in a run I did today, I just used the Deku sticks to get out.
Okay. I could do walking while talking, I guess. Yeah, I didn't consider. Should I get the Ocarina? Do I need the Ocarina? I'm gonna get it just to be safe. Actually, no, because I want choose from bottom of the well, so I'll definitely get it. Let's not equip the sword. This is weird. I've never done this with... Oh, well, there's my Deku Stick gone. That's fine. I've never done that with a Deku Stick before. I wasn't even sure if it would work.
Well, I'm really glad you got it.
Yep. Alright, so I have 0 Deku Sticks. That's fine. That means I can't do a west to Kakariko, so making Castle Before Night might be hard, because I'm going to have to talk to the owl, since I can't west through him. So, we'll see if I can still get Castle Before Night. I'll just try to have clean movement in the field.
Just to clarify some of the things on the puzzle for people who are not familiar, basically the idea here is that the trade items are the 2 trade quests. So as child, that begins with the weird egg and finishes with essentially the Mask of Truth. And as adult Link, that begins with the pocket egg and ends with the claim check. Basically, you just cannot ever have any of those trade items in your inventory. Yes, Child Masks is Child Trade Sequence. Danny, is there ever... Here's just a question in general.
Yeah.
Ever do you want me to let you know if you have missed something essential?
Yes. Let's say yes.
Like before Master Sword, I'm not gonna let you get the Master Sword without doing all the stuff you have to do.
Yeah. Don't let me leave Child 1 unless I'm good to go, because that would be horrendous if I have to go beat Forest Temple for no reason. Alright, so I need an extra Deku Stick. And I think there's a 1/16th chance that I can get one from these trees.
Is that true?
I think so. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm gonna go ahead and get the bottle while the Cuckoos are out in the daytime.
I was gonna say, like, how are you gonna get into bottom of the well?
There's a couple ways.
Well, without nuts or stick, I don't think you can.
You can with pots.
Oh, and then just throw one at the Cucko to do the final before the Cucko.
The problem is, it does. I can't remember if it does a random amount of damage to the Cucko or if the Cucko takes a random amount of damage before it starts to yell and cause the cutscene. I don't remember which of those two things, but functionally it ends up being the same. That you're never sure which pot is going to be the one to do it. But anyway, so we made it here before nighttime, which is good. I get to wrangle the Cuckoos now.
I'm just bewildered at this fact that you can get Deku sticks out of a tree.
Sticks from a tree? What?
That's what you said moments ago.
Yeah, I know. I'm making fun of you at being bewildered for getting sticks from a tree, the source of sticks.
Okay, in real life, sure, but video games are rarely so common sense.
I remember a very, very old challenge where it was optimal to... It was like a very short challenge, which is why this came up. It was optimal to get sticks from a tree in Hyrule Field, just because it was faster than having to get 10 extra rupees and buy one. So that's like, I don't know, 5-year-old knowledge creeping its way back into my brain. I'm 80% sure it's true. So we may have to get lucky with the stick drops. Otherwise, you know, worst case scenario, we will do a save warp and go back to Kukuri Forest, buy an extra one, and then we'll do Zora's River Escape. This Cucko is juking the absolute heck out of me right now.
Yeah, I think we've already had my first route miscalculation, where in my mind you would do walking while talking, but you've done a perfectly valid, you know, thing. But the concern is now Deku stick count.
Yeah. Okay, I was thinking about it. Okay, let's go see if we can't get a Deku stick from a tree within a couple tries, and if we can't, then I will move on and go get a stick from a shop. I don't have access to any Dekubabas right now since I can't use my sword. Target this sign so the owl leaves me alone. We'll try with this tree right here. Oh, that tree just got blocked. Nothing. Okay. We'll try one more time. See if we can get it to work.
Danny, did you know? I found some ancient knowledge deep within Fig's YouTube channel.
Okay.
Did you know that if you exit a multiple choice text box without selecting a direction, the next text box that you have that's multiple choice, you can buffer an input?
I did know that.
Okay,
you can just hold the direction.
It's changed my life.
Yeah.
This has changed my life.
It comes up quite a bit in glitchless runs. Alright, looks like we're not getting lucky, so I'm gonna go ahead and go back to Kukuri Forest, and we'll deal with it there. Alright, let's do that. So, what else do I need to do in Child 1? Let's think, right? So, I have a bottle, which I'm going to be using to replenish my Bombchu count in Adult 1. I'm going to have Choose from Bottom of the Well. Whoops. What else? I don't think I need to do any of the dungeons. in Child 1, though Jabu may be easier because no hover boots. I think I know the hover bootless strat, and that might be fun to show off, though.
I would be very impressed.
The old sock folder strat.
That horrible nightmare.
It's actually not that bad.
The original one is pretty bad.
Oh, maybe there's one prior that I don't know.
I think there are a few stock folder iterations of Jabu early before the modern method.
That would make sense. Let's see. Do I want to risk breaking this, or do I go escape via the Lost Woods? Let's just try this one.
No, just do Navi dive, bro.
Ah, Navi dive, sure. That's fine. Fine. But if I Navi dive here, then I can't Navi dive in Kakariko.
Okay, well, would you like to know an easy setup, or...
I'm pretty sure I remember how to do this without breaking the stick. It has been a long time, though. Let's see. If I remember correctly, I want to get in this corner. Maybe like here. One ESS turn. That was a frame early, I think?
I think so. I don't use this setup, but this is a setup, I think.
Ooh, close. Alright, one more. Let's try one more time. Dude, it's so close. Alright. I think there's another one where I can do 2 ESS turns instead. Do you know the setup?
Yes. Would you like to know?
Yeah.
Target the back of the thing for a straight angle, the stone.
The back, like this? Or like the actual back?
You can do that and turn left.
Okay.
But just target and turn 90 degrees.
Yeah.
Then get firmly into the corner, so like you can do an up left walk.
Yep.
Then side hop left, back flip,
Yep.
and then side hop right and jump slash.
Okay. That was a frame early, so let's just do that one more time. That's a good setup to know. That's nice and easy. Cool, thank you. Those old setups were the ones that I was doing. That's true, I didn't. The old setups that I was using require like you to not be all the way in the corner, and it's a little finicky on exactly the position.
Yeah, a lot of people still use those setups that you were doing, but I prefer the other one.
Yeah.
Especially because if you come in with a straight angle, you don't have to do any adjustment.
It's amazing how many details you forget when you don't do anything but Kakiri Forest for a month.
I think that is understandable.
Alright, so I have...
Well, your time of day might be nice, actually.
Yeah, it should be fine to make it back to Castle. Would have had to wait this time anyway, probably, because I couldn't West. Alright, we're gonna talk to this owl for the 5th time. That's exciting. He's never seen so much attention in his whole life. Alright, so in bottom of the well, we need... We can also get sticks in bottom of the well from that pot down there. So all I need to do is get past... Ooh, I need to make sure I get past the Skulltula. That is important. This was blank A, that wouldn't be an issue.
Yes, this puzzle actually is super strong with blank A.
Yeah.
But you have the ocarina.
Yeah, it should be fine. Now we're gonna hang out here, wait for Navi. Could do it with the Cuckoo, but fine. I've already committed.
How are you feeling about the puzzle so far, Danny?
I think this is very easy routing-wise and not very easy execution-wise.
I think that is probably correct.
Okay, so here's what we gotta do. I think I can. Let me save real quick. While I'm.
It doesn't break.
Okay, that's what I thought, but can never be sure. It's like it's one of those things that doesn't sound like it should be true. Oh, I also can't destroy a pot with it. Okay, that's good to know. Oh, this is very not good. I'm gonna take second cycle. While I'm waiting for the second cycle, let me go ahead and get this key.
Yeah, Danny will need, as part of the puzzle, he will need a Skulltula from this dungeon. But you are not technically supposed to get any of the Skulltulas in bottom of the well without the boomerang. But you can actually get all of them without the boomerang.
Explosives help, but luckily you don't need explosives for at least one of them. Two of them, but one of them is easy.
The pot room is pretty easy without explosives, but yeah, the like one is.
Okay, so that's an ocarina dive, which means I don't have my sword. I was trying to do a stab Wes.
That hundo muscle memory.
Yeah. So basically, rooms do not load if you happen to cross the load trigger while you're in the ocarina mode. So if you can fall while in ocarina, the room trigger for the basement does not load in that hole in the ground. And then you can use the water from the first floor, which is still here, and I don't have my sword. The float up. There we go. Okay, we're in. So that's bomb shoes.
Let's go, Danny.
All right, longest shoes of my life. Let's pick up an extra stick for safety, just because, why not? And then we can go ahead and work on, let me save, actually. We can work on this Skulltula right in this cage over here. Right back there.
It's so interesting, like, especially for Ocarina of Time 3D, that you cannot get into that room with the like from this side, like, really at all.
Wait, really?
No, I mean I meant from the like main room side. If the like grabs you through the fence, it just spits you back out on the side of the fence you were already on.
I did it. I knew it. Okay, let me save. Let me reset. That room is a pain in the butt because there's a bunch of invisible holes in the floor. And there's a setup to get through it, but I was trying not to burn my shield. Although I guess I don't really need my shield. Deku shield is probably useless.
Well, not unless you know a very specific setup for a trick you have to do later.
Okay. Because I'm trying to think. I don't think I need anything else in Child 1. Am I wrong?
You need one more thing.
Okay.
At least I'm I'm like 90% sure.
Do I need ZL for something?
What an interesting thought.
I'm trying to think about what I might need ZL for.
Also, you can just get the Deku shield in the.
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking. I'll take the damage here. With these horrible keys that never leave you alone. Then do the corner setup here.
You should go back and get that Deku shield after.
Yeah, I definitely will.
Okay.
Right after
I'm nervous. Yeah, so there's this interesting interaction between the chest collision and this jump slash that allows you to get a little extra height. And then Danny also uses the like grab attack to gain extra height to get the Skulltula token.
Okay, so let's save again. Now I'll go and pick up this shield, hopefully, and if I don't, we'll just reset. Get a shield.
Take the death ward for speed, man.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Excellent, so fast. All right, that's one of 10 skulls that Danny needs.
Okay, so let me like stop and think for a second. What do I need ZL for? So, Ice Cavern, I won't need it. DC, I won't need it. Jabu, I won't need it. Forest Temple, I won't need it. Fire Temple, I won't need it. Water Temple is one where I might need it because there's a lot of ZL usage in Water Temple, but I don't think I'll need it. Shadow has the boat, but don't need to take the boat.
Do you not need to take the boat?
I guess I do need. I guess I need to take the boat because no hover boots. Okay. So I guess, yeah, and I can't RBA ZL. All right, so I guess we're getting ZL for the boat.
I don't, you know, I don't ever want to be like, here's the answer.
Yeah, for sure.
But
you know, when you
when
speedrunners think beat Shadow Temple, 99% of the time they're thinking it's gonna take me 2 minutes because I'm just gonna skip straight there. But turns out no hover boots means that that's a problem.
Yeah, I don't think there's any version of boat skip without hover.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. So we gotta get ZL, which means I'm going to equip this and this.
Around an hour, probably. No.
Probably closer to 2.
No. Closer to 2 hours.
All right. So I am not allowed to get trade items. Normally, you need to get trade items to get to Zelda's Lullaby. You need to get the egg from Malon in order to wake up Talon, so you can move the boxes and make it to Zelda's Lullaby. Luckily, there are some easy ways to avoid doing that. I also am going to want to skip the Zelda's Lullaby cutscene, so I'm going to die at the right time, which means I need to take some damage here on purpose to make that easier later.
CL cutscene skip was the thing where I said Deku Shield would be better to have.
Yeah, for sure. That makes sense.
There are shieldless setups, but I'm not sure you or I know them.
Okay, so how do I do this part? I think I just need to go like this, and then it just works. Maybe not, but I can always just line it up.
Man is climbing the seam.
The worst. Okay. Let's see.
I have never seen this setup ever.
It's a nice way to get the angle, and there's a place you can target on the wall that gives you the position too, but I couldn't remember exactly what it was. Oh, dang, nighttime is gonna be a problem.
Yeah, this is why I didn't say anything, but I was like, Danny, you should just walk.
Well, it's kind of hard to get around the guard in the daytime. I think I might be okay. It's gonna be real close though. Oh, stick though.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep, okay. Don't have sword, which is something I usually have there. So, I can't do another damage boost because I don't have the health. So what we can do is a Mega Flip. I don't remember if I need to do this, but I'll pull the blocks back just in case. Nice damage this way to get over. Oh, I almost fell off. Okay.
Gee, oh my god.
So now, unfortunately, we have to just hang out. How's it going, chat? We gotta wait till morning because the guards won't let me in here at night.
I'm about to hear my loud keyboard noise as I type Danny's Twitch link, which you should follow. Boom. Twitch.tv/DannyB. Ocarina of Time world record holder, literally for any %. which was claimed a couple weeks ago, but improved just this week.
Interesting stats about OOT world records. At one point last year, I had set the record for most simultaneous OOT world records in a bunch of categories, including glitchless and any percent and all dungeons and a bunch of some of the new SRM stuff, which I was like one of the first top runners to play in, so I had a bunch of free world records there. And just recently, that record was beaten by a runner named Real Time Attack 64, who now has 6 simultaneous Ocarina of Time world records. Right now, if you go look at speedrun.com, you will find him at the top of 6 separate leaderboards. Very impressive stuff.
Both glitchless, 100% glitchless. What else?
All 4 glitchless, because there's restricted and unrestricted on both sides.
Okay.
All dungeons SRM, and no ROM warp.
Nice courtyard.
Alrighty. So now we get to listen to a story for a little bit. So those guards looked like they should have caught me in several instances. There's 2 ways guards can catch you. You can either get very close to them from any direction, or you can get within their line of sight. How many world records does Count have? 2 right now, GSR and MST. MST is looking to be a fun battleground between him and Marco, though, so pay attention to that if you're interested in OOT stuff. Yeah, so those guards, they should have caught me on several occasions, but turns out there's a bug in the guard logic where they can only catch you if you are moving downwards at least with 4 speed, which is weird. They used that as a proxy to mean standing on the ground, because while you're just standing on the ground, you always have a force of -4 pulling down on you. And so rather than just checking is Link on the ground, for some reason they made the guards check is your speed, vertical speed, -4. And you can abuse that, because if you're side hopping, if you continually hop sideways like I was doing, the very first frame you land on the ground, your speed is not -4 yet. And so it takes a little bit, it takes 1 extra frame for that vertical speed to even out. So what that means is, if you just frame perfectly chain all your side hops, so you're only ever on the ground for 1 frame at a time, your vertical speed will never meet that check, and they literally cannot catch you.
I'd never heard the full explanation for the frame perfect side hops before. That's very interesting.
Big just looked it up like last year, I want to say. Decomp Project has a lot of cool stuff.
Yes, including the vision spheres.
Yes.
From the guards. So, are you thinking Jabu adult or child?
I'm gonna do adult, just so we can show off the cool entry. I think that's...
You know hover bootsless entry for sure?
I think so. I've definitely seen the video, and I've done it before, at least a while ago. I probably don't remember it off the top of my head, but I'll look up the video in the adult cutscene. And once I see it, I think I'll remember it quick. So after this cutscene, there's generally another cutscene where you listen to Impa give you Zelda's Lullaby, but that's one we're gonna skip. Oh, no trade items. Is this allowed?
Oh, I didn't account for this. That's fine.
Okay.
I literally, this did not
I was
even
gonna
cross my
say,
mind.
this puzzle just got really hard if this is not allowed.
You have to contortion hover over the boat void.
Something weird just happened to my ESS turn. I'm gonna go ahead and redo that.
Yeah, this was not accounted for.
That's the cutscene camera. So I currently am learning Zelda's Lullaby. Link's dead body is learning it. Luckily for us, a lot of cutscenes in this game give you the item that you're supposed to get in the cutscene on the very first frame, which is weird because a lot of them also give it to you again at the part of the cutscene where it seems like you should be getting it, like where it says you learned the song. You get it then too. but you get it in both places. So if you can die right at the start, you get the song right at the start. You don't have to watch the rest. I already have Hylian Shield because I got it in the bottom of the well. I think we're good to go for adult.
Really quick.
What's up?
I'm just gonna double check the thing. I'm pretty sure you're fine. If you're not doing Jabu, there's nothing else.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do Jabu as adult. So, big reason why Ocarina of Time is a fun game to speedrun in the first place is this trick right here. Probably all of you have seen it before. Something definitely just happened with my ESS turn again. I don't have a sword.
I was wondering when you were gonna notice that. I was curious, like at what stage in dot skip you were gonna realize that.
The stage where I pressed B. Let's actually do the other setup because it's more consistent for swordless. Okay. It's been a while since I did swordless dot skip, but I think I know it.
I got your back on any of these tricks should you need it.
Cool. Easy.
This man yoboed the Z target and unbuffered the left press. This is how you know he's a gamer.
All right, we should have had a counter about how many times I forgot that I didn't have a sword.
I believe twice in bottom of the well, and once now, I think.
Let me just get one last look at my inventory. Ignore that trade item. Ignore that sword.
Kokiri sword. So I'm just gonna sort of refresh it while you do routing and video lookup. I'm gonna just sort of refresh everybody's memory of what's going on. So this is the GDQ Hotfix. This is Challenger Approaching, a show that features challenge runs. I'm your host, Adef. We're here every other week at our new time, 7 p.m. Eastern. Do we count getting the sword as forgetting about the sword? I think so. This is a very special episode of Challenger Approaching. A couple of weeks ago, the person that is currently on tech for this show, Railcoon, they host a show on Hotfix as well called Community Spotlight. And they did a showrunner episode, and I was on there. And I requested Danny to make me a puzzle to sort of show off cool Ocarina of Time challenge tech. And he did so, and it was super fun, and I hadn't seen it until I started playing. And I asked Danny if he wanted to do something similar, but on my show, where we would give each other 2 different puzzles that we made for each other, special for this. So the puzzle you're looking at in the bottom left, Stingy Skulltula House, this is a puzzle I made over the last week and a half for Danny. And Danny has also made a puzzle for me that I won't see until I start, which will be when Danny is done. And we basically flipped a coin, essentially. We had tech pick a number between 1 and 100, and that's how we decided who was going to go first. So I won the coin toss, and I decided I wanted to go second. And basically, what we need you to do, Twitch chat, is pay attention to both of these runs, have a good time, get a nice snack, cozy up with your PJs, and then decide which puzzle you think is cooler. And then we'll have a little bit of a vote. At the end of the night, we'll have a vote on which run you prefer. But yeah, this is what's going on. So Danny's puzzle he's currently doing, Stingy Skulltula House, is one that I wrote. The goal is to beat the Shadow Temple, which means stepping in the blue warp, and also collecting the adult's wallet. That's where you finish. But the Skulltulas for the adult's wallet, of which you need 10, have to be sourced from the dungeons, 1 from each dungeon. And the restrictions are no Kokiri sword, no hover boots, no hookshot, no boomerang, and no trade item. And just following the logic, I think it's okay if you pick up, I guess, the trade item or the Kokiri sword, just so long as it is never equipped, is fine. But
yeah,
ideally,
the using of the item is more important than having it.
Yes.
I'm trying to think if I'm gonna need to equip swap anything, because now both my left and right sides are blocked by child items. Since I'm not using Boomerang, I don't think I need to equip swap anything. Will I need a stick for anything? Don't know. I'll have the Master Sword, but probably not. If I do need to equip swap
this puzzle
something...
would be... There was a version of this puzzle where Master Sword was also banned.
Oh my god.
And the idea was that you would RBA fairies to
Holy
just
moly!
have a bunch of Deku sticks.
ADEF's setting me up for failure over here.
And I decided that was a little too much.
Yeah, that would have just been a little bit mean. I'm glad you have a heart.
Thank you.
All right. So
a few times the Shadow Temple thing was very explicit about getting the coin. Basically, I'm requiring that Danny has to step in the blue warp or skip the cutscene or whatever, and get the medallion rather than just beat Bongo. Just not really for any.
It doesn't matter when I do
reason.
that, right? Just before the adult wallet.
It doesn't matter when you do anything, so long as the adult's wallet is the last thing.
Okay.
The only reason I made that specification is, I don't know, to give Danny the opportunity to show off a Shadow cutscene skip, I guess.
Okay, so I'm going to be doing some RBA, I suppose. One of the first things I want to do is get DC, Danago's Cavern, out of the way so that I can get a real bomb bag, since I won't be RBAing one. So there's this glitch called RBA, where you can write some stuff into your inventory, mostly ammo, but also like equipment, like bomb bags and quivers and strength upgrades. And it very heavily relies on adult trade items, which are banned, so I won't be able to use that. So anything that I want, I'm basically going to have to get the natural way. But I will be doing RBA for one thing in particular, and that's why I got this bottle here. I'm going to be trying to RBA extra bomb shoe ammo. I should have gotten bugs as a child, I guess, but it doesn't really matter.
I'm not sure. Do I need to do the big boy explanation of RBA? Do we need either of us to do that, or can we just be comfortable with the fact? Yeah, I think we're comfortable with the fact that bottle go on B button, inventory change.
Yeah. We'll point out exactly where it's happening. I'll go back to Hyrule Field and do it right now, just so I can have the choose. Actually, you know what? Let's get the hookshot first.
You cannot do that, my friend.
I cannot get the hookshot. It's just, you know, when you go Adult Link,
I will tell you. I will remind you.
When you go Adult Link, there's just some basics that you always want. You want the shield. You want the trade items to RBA some stuff. You want the hookshot. You want the hover boots. All three of those things are banned. So I need to. Oh, I'm gonna have to kill this Poe. So let me go ahead and make sure that I can kill this Poe in this way. Good.
That's always scary. Almost failed the challenge again.
My inventory is just going to be full of things that I'm not allowed to have. Okay, so that's RBA. So now I have a bottle on the B button, right? Now I have Poe. Watch my bomb shoot count. Let's see, where do I want to go first? I guess I want to go to the Dongo's Cavern first. No reason not to. Yeah, let's do that first. Okay, so watch my bomb shoot count. It's going from 7 to 20 to 29. Magic. All right, so that's the magic that we'll deal with right now. And then I'll get my sword back for now. And then I don't think I really need anything else. Let's just have safe items on my C buttons.
So far, you are following my adult route to the T.
Great.
Except for when you started walking to the graveyard. That was the only small deviation.
Yeah, Dodongo's Cavern, it's a good first stop for a couple of reasons. I gotta go there anyway to get a Skulltula. It's right here, and also, I can get bombs from there.
Oh, this man is hessing. Okay, this is a Hess. Hyper Extended Super Slide, it stands for. Basically, the idea is that you shield damage and target on a specific frame while holding ESS position, which, as we just covered, is Extended Super Slide position. Comes from this game. That's where that terminology comes from. And basically, it is the area just outside the dead zone of your controller. And if you cheat and buy a little piece of hardware, it can become a better amount of your controller. And I caved and did that because Danny told me it was good. And guess what? It is really good. The 8 years I have speedrun this game without one are now bad. And the one day I've had it is a very good day.
You're gonna skip using it tonight, though, just because you're not used to it yet, right?
No, I'm using the ESS adapter, just not notch calibration.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I started doing RDO attempts this afternoon, and I literally couldn't get out of Link's house without bonking. Like, genuinely, I reset twice over bonking in Link's house. And then I couldn't get out of Kokiri Forest without falling in the water, jumping over the platforms.
That's hilarious.
So I decided to turn off notch calibration and just use ESS.
Okay, so I need a Skulltula. Wondering if I can... I guess I can just use a Chew. Okay.
2 dungeon Skulltulas! Let's go, Danny! Danny, I see the gears turning. What are we thinking about?
I was trying to plan on where I'd be going next. And I think, I don't know. I'm not sure yet, actually. Maybe Fire Temple? Also right here. Will I need the Goron tunic? No, I will not. Will I need magic? Think so. Am I done here? Think so.
Loving these rhetorical questions. Remember how when I did your puzzle last month, I was just a wreck for an hour and a half, just talking to myself for 2 hours?
That's this. It's there's a lot going on because you gotta play the game and also plan out how you're gonna play the game all at the same time. It's pretty tricky to do these live. So there's a couple different kinds of OOT puzzles, right? There's these where it's a fun challenge that you can do reasonably in a live setting. And then there's ones that take the most like talented and smartest OOT people like weeks to solve because somebody put together something intentionally terrible. There's some really hard stuff. There's been some puzzles out there that are very difficult. Let's see, this seems like a fine angle.
There's one in particular I remember really vividly that Zaz and Slass had to work together for like weeks to come up with a viable solution, and it was opening the Shadow Temple door legitimately with like...
Yes, and the solution was to wrong warp to the setup of the graveyard that only
like
has 3
Lon
torches.
Ranch,
Yes,
right?
it only has 3 torches and it works. That's amazing.
I think they won money for that. I can't remember.
Yeah.
But maybe.
It was a $1,000 prize by Brian MP16.
I'm neither smart enough to come up with one of those nor solve it.
So remember that ZL cutscene skip? I'll do another one of those. Getting Bolero, just getting the cutscene out of the way. How much time does rolling save over walking? It's hard to really answer that question because it, you know, like at what rate does it save time? I don't, it's like, it's one of those things that nobody really has an answer to because it's just obviously faster, so why would you ever not do it, you know? Like nobody really has calculated
But
anything.
Danny, Why aren't you willing to time every single area?
More interesting question is, what do you do? Like, when do you walk, or when do you roll rather, and when do you backwalk? And that's a trade-off where it takes some time to turn around in the first place, so backwalking isn't always fast. Let me save real quick. So generally,
this is like a legitimate question that is sort of like just above low undergraduate level in physics. That is a good corollary for this is the Bocristocone curve, which I guess is more a math.
Oh, I know that one.
It's kind of the same thing, and you sort of end up with like a version of Snell's law, which is an optics thing.
Yeah.
But
That's the
basically the
refraction
question
thing,
is
right?
like, yes, Snell's law is like a light beam goes from one medium into a medium of a different, like, essentially optical density is a way to think of it. And you compare the speeds, and you can, with the Bocristocone curve problem, you're directly comparing, like, okay, how long should I spend in each medium to be fastest? And it's sort of the same thing with backwalking, just slightly more trivial, I think.
Yeah, so the answer to the question of when do you roll and when do you backwalk is if you have to roll more than 4 times, generally it's faster to backwalk instead, because the time that it takes to turn around from backwalking is outweighed by the longer distance of backwalking.
I should probably stop using C-up for this. I liked that little slightly upright notch setup you just used.
Yeah, it's not too bad. Okay.
That's 3 skulls. That's 3 skulls.
It is 3 skulls. How am I going to get out of the crater? I guess I'm not. I guess I'm just going to save warp out of the crater.
Oh, I didn't even think about that. My route literally has play Bolero multiple times in it.
No!
Not required, but fast. I was like, oh, just play Bolero and then go through Goron City. That's fastest. And I'm realizing that you can't. Because you can't hookshot.
What about side hopping? So side hopping is slower than backwalking as adult Link. But it's faster than backwalking as child Link. Because side hopping is the same speed as both ages, but backwalking got a buff as adult. All actual, like, walking speeds did. But jumping speeds did not. So it's faster as child to side hop, but only if you can chain them frame perfectly, which is very hard, and most humans can't do that over any reasonable distance. Especially if the ground is sloped, which changes all the timings. Where the heck am I going right now?
I don't know, man. The world is your oyster. You have every item.
True. I guess I'm gonna go to Deku. We'll go to Deku. And then we'll go Lost Woods, Forest Temple, or at least get Minuet. Follow that through to Zura's River, go to Jabu and Water Temple. At some point, I guess I'm gonna have to do Shadow. Doesn't really matter when. Do that from a save warp whenever. Wait for you to turn around. Okay, how am I entering Deku Tree?
This is one of the things I have a video for if you need it.
I think there was a video just posted in the OOT Discord of a new item list setup to do this. Let me check that real quick. I think it was literally just posted like 2 days ago. Yesterday even. Amazing. Thank you, Karu. Let me watch this real quick and then we'll see how this goes.
Yeah, the issue that Danny is confronting is that the mouth is closed as adult always, but the loading zone is still there. And so Danny is gonna have to get in somehow.
Okay, let's do up to there. Let's watch the setup.
I have the video for mustache clip with a bomb.
With a bomb. Okay, I'm gonna try to do it itemless.
Sure.
Okay. Just like this. And then... Okay, that's what I watched up to. Let's see what he does after that. Okay, let me spin around to there. Let's wait. That didn't work. Okay, hold on. Let me try this again. A bomb hover wouldn't really help unless I go really, really high. Like, unreasonably high.
The people in the chat are talking about Forest Temple.
Oh. Yeah, to enter Forest Temple, I'll just do a hover. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, I agree, Juke.
I'm basically just doing itemless because I knew this video was right here. How does this work? I need to get closer to the camera. Okay, that's the first sliding frame. I need to go, looks like maybe one more. Yes, and then probably release everything. Okay.
Yeah, this is pretty much how every mushroom clip.
Mushroom
mustache clip. Mustache clip.
This looks like the frame. Okay, what does he do here? Okay, so 1, 2, 3. 3 and 4 look like they're frame perfect side hops. And then you're in. Okay, cool. Let's try. 1, 2. Pause buffer. Frame perfect side hops. That's 1. All is well. Then I should be entering right now. Look at that, dude. Magic.
Wow. Overly complicated.
Which Skulltula do I want? I can't reach out through this web. I could fall to it, I guess. Might be easiest to just get the top one, though. In the compass room. I think that's what I'll do. Blah.
Follow the runner, twitch.tv/DannyB. The link is in the chat room.
Don't hit me. Okay. That was needlessly close. Bonk. Mission point bonk. Okay, I think all I need to do now is kill this skull. Can I get up here? Adult Link got hops. Let's do this. And then I'll death warp out.
Smart.
Am I not taking damage from this guy right now? What the heck? Does that work in OT3D?
That works?
That's
No,
a crapshoot. Yeah, collision is pretty different between the two games, I think.
Also have fun with your ESS turns and your
Yeah, true.
whack side hops and backflips.
Oh my goodness. Oh my god. Go away. How many giant boys trying to kill me? Alright, so I guess we might as well do Forest Temple right now. No reason to put it off any longer. Although I could, a little secret trick is to
I've never seen that.
Yeah, it's a nice way to get up when you don't have hookshot. A secret trick that you can do is get Minuet And then since when you die from getting Minuet, you respawn... Oh, I guess I'm gonna have to die, so let's not get health. You respawn at the entrance to the meadow. There we go. I could have just mega flipped over. So if you leave the meadow there, it's faster. What'd you say?
Backflip.
Yeah,
I only found out recently you could just backflip for that.
Yeah, the hook shot itself doesn't do anything except prevent your A press from talking to the guy.
Oh, this man rolls for ground jumps. Unbelievable. Unbelievable, dude.
Not all the time.
You're gonna just accidentally get a super slide half the time.
Nice spot. That's a ladder. Okay, so we're gonna get Minuet. Gonna die as soon as I touch the cutscene trigger. It just so happens that the distance from this guy's butt to the cutscene trigger also happens to be exactly the time it takes for a bomb to explode while backwalking. Okay. So I guess now, right, so now I'm gonna leave. I'm not gonna do Forest Temple yet, because I can play Minuet whenever I want to get to Forest Temple. So I might as well do that when I am in sort of a dead end. So we'll leave Forest Temple for whenever I hit my next dead end, where I have no good options for where to go next. Let me just go back and forth real quick here. Maybe I can pick up a bomb drop.
He's doing a heat manip. Don't let him lie to you.
Doing a big SRM. Gonna wrong warp directly to every single Skulltula in the game. This is the kind of luck that you get if you're me. You just never ever see the thing you're looking for.
I'm sorry, are you complaining after getting a 650? You should be happy with what the game gave you. Okay?
Excuse me. It took me a million years to get that time.
I don't care how long it took. I don't care.
Okay.
I need to learn this setup where you
just hold A to fall instantly.
Yeah, I need to learn that.
Oh, I don't have hover boots. Okay. Where is the thing to talk to? It's like not lined up with the square. Okay, so it's been a while, but I think I can just do this. Okay.
Fun fact, you don't have to do that.
What do you mean?
In every time you enter Zora's domain in the route dock, it says play ZL or Mega Side Hop.
Yeah, but ZL is boring and slow. We're on the game's done quick channel. We gotta do cool stuff.
I know, but you know, if you're ever unclear about a strategy or whatever. Somebody in chat asked if you could find puzzles like this. The short answer is no, not really. People just make them for other people. But the fun answer is kind of. If you go to speedrunslive.com/tools, you can generate an Ocarina of Time restriction race, which is kind of like this. They're not as good, but a robot is making them, so they're never gonna be as good.
There's repositories of all the puzzles that other people have made.
Yes.
On the OCS website, I think, is a repository of puzzles. I guess we'll do Ice Cavern now. So let's think about Ice Cavern. Which Skulltula do I want to get? Probably, and there's only 3. I'm gonna have to hover no matter which one I choose.
Every time one of these guys drops a blue rupee, I'm like, oh, a bomb drop.
I know the feeling. You hope for a bomb drop there in glitchless runs. Alright, so let's get a look at this guy up here. How high up is this Skulltula? pretty high. I'll have to hover a lot for that one. So let's not do that one.
I love that trick. It's so good.
Yeah, it's pretty nice and easy. Such an improvement over the hover boot strat. Okay. Didn't get my quick spin off fast enough. That is not a hook shot. That's a bomb shoot. Okay. So, let's see here. That's the Skulltula that we're going to get over on the wall, I think. Probably going to be the easiest one. Oh, let me actually, no, can't. I don't want to get ISG from this guy. Okay, so that's the guy. So let's get up there. And probably just do a couple side flip hovers to this one. So first off, let's get ISG. And maybe, dang, I thought maybe I could do.
Oh, that would have been sick.
That would have been so
That
cool.
would have been so sick.
That should work. Okay, cool. So now, we gotta decide.
That extends so far past the actual thing.
Oh yeah, this thing, I don't know. It's like the collision does not match the model even a little bit. It's kind of weird. Alright, so let's decide how we want to hover to this. I guess probably side flips. That's probably the best way. In which case, I want to line up like probably like here. Yeah, like here, let's say.
This is definitely the hardest skull without hookshot.
One more frame. There we go.
Or the hardest dungeon to get a skull in without hookshot, I should say.
Seems like it would be.
So Danny's doing something called a side flip hover. Basically, when you hover in this game with ISG, which is Infinite Sword Glitch that keeps you in midair when you take damage, the game is very specific about whether or not Link is moving backwards when the like the hover collision takes place.
I want. Perfect.
Nice. You and I got a different skull in this dungeon for this route.
Which one did you do?
I got the one in the spinner room.
Okay. How many hovers was that? It seemed pretty high up.
I think it was 8 bomb hovers against the wall.
Okay. Sounds about right. Okay, so that's Ice Cavern. Now we need this. So I watched the video during the adult cutscene, but now I'm going to watch it again. Or actually, I know what it looks like, so he has a really nice description. This is a sock folder video. The man, the myth, the legend himself.
Oh yeah, this setup is not too bad.
It's just 2 bomb shoes, so it should be alright. Okay, cool. And then we need to go to the ninth fast flash. Okay, the ninth flash. Three frames? 2 frames? 1 frame? That's the one. That looks correct. Okay, now...
This is the mega flip one, right?
It's just a mega side
side
hop. Yeah. What frame do I want? Dang, I don't remember. You're gonna listen to the sound for a little bit while I figure it out.
Boing, boing, boing. Constant scrolling.
I don't want to lose my... Okay. I don't think this worked. I don't think that shoe went in the right spot, so I'm gonna try this again. That definitely didn't go in the right spot. I think maybe the first one did then. Where's that arrow? I don't know. This looks correct. Let's see. Hey, we're in there.
Nice, nice. Yeah, as the explosion was happening, I was like, I think this is good. So basically, the loading zone for Jabu is always present, even as adult, but it is underneath the iceberg, and is quite difficult to access. And for many years, was very difficult to access. The trick to enter Jabu as adult was only found in like 2015, I think.
This video is from 2013 that I'm looking at.
Oh, really? Is it much earlier than that? Okay,
yeah.
If that's from 2013, then it must have been like 2012 when the original setup was found. And the original sock folder setup to get in there was stupid hard.
Yeah, it looks like the latest stuff with hover boots is really nice though.
Yeah, oh yeah, it's so easy.
Okay, so how am I gonna do this safely? I wonder, can I climb this with a ground jump? That would be interesting.
You cannot.
Okay, I don't want to die. I'm gonna be careful about this one.
I also was doing this in, I think, a bingo recently. Oh no, it was in RDO. I get the ferry up here for my route.
Oh yeah,
and
yeah.
I was curious if I could ground jump and skip hitting the switch, and you can't, I don't think.
Come on, Bubbles. Did I kill them all already over here? No, I did not. Kill me. Ever died to a bubble before? Probably the first time in history.
Danny, please.
It's a
called
shabam.
a shabam. It's called a shabam.
All right.
I had Gymnast and Games Tabled on with the Ocarina of Time 3D Rando.
Yeah.
And Games Tabled knows way too much about shabams. And we had a whole 45 minutes, like 4 hours in, where Games Table just told us all about shabams. It was great.
Okay, so what are we doing next? We got Forest Temple, we got Water Temple, we got Shadow Temple, and Spirit Temple. So, actually, let's save warp and let's go do Spirit Temple, actually. I'm gonna leave, not Requiem, Minuet for when we're in Spirit Temple so that I don't have to learn Requiem when I leave. Is that right? We've got 6 out of 10? Let's just check, I guess.
Yes,
6.
that is correct.
All
We
right.
have the 2 non-dungeon dungeons, the 3 child dungeons, and Fire Temple.
Yep. Okay, so Spirit, what skull do I want? I guess it shouldn't be too hard to get any of them. I don't have Song of Time, so I can't get that one. Also, let me get some bombs maybe from this patch of grass. I don't have hover boots. I'm gonna need to do the skip. Where's the grass? Oh, there it is. I'm gonna need to do the skip where I go clip into the thing next to the silver block. I don't have hover boots. Oh, so I can't get either of the lower floor skulls. I guess I can just get the one in the Lizalfos room after I make it to the main room. And making it to the main room shouldn't be very hard. It's just the trick in the very beginning to skip the silver block because I don't have strength.
The video that I have for the silver block skip is a highlight from you doing RDO.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, there's no
That's
help.
my reference for choose. It's easier with bombs, with a bomb push clip.
Yeah. Oh, is
but
there a bomb push
I
clip
know-
now?
There is, yeah.
Oh, wow, I didn't know that.
It's
Technology,
really not
dude.
bad. I know, right?
Still using boomer strats, apparently.
Well, I prefer the choose strat, personally.
Mm-hmm.
I just, my consistency is higher with the choose strat. But the bomb push clip, I think Exodus has a setup in his YouTube.
Oh, did you do this to me?
I did. Yes, this was intentional.
Okay. If I fail, it will do Water Temple. Because I'll be getting washed downstream. I don't remember.
I have an easy setup for you if you need it.
Okay. Yeah, give me the setup. Hit me.
All right. I haven't memorized it. I'm
Oh,
gonna send
all
it to
right.
you. Okay, it's coming to you now. It's in the Challenger Approaching Discord.
Okay.
It's Juke's setup, actually. Juke is in the chat. Juke, yours was
Juke.
the best setup I could find.
All right, let's watch this video. Whoa.
It's super easy.
Cool. All right, let's give it a shot.
Way better than the OG 50 backflips technology.
I've never done this before, but we'll see. One ESS turn, and then all the way this way, all the way back, I suppose. And then it's the 9th red.
8th blue also works.
Okay. And then backflip on that frame. Okay, let's try. Oh, that doesn't look like it worked. Because I did like a weird side thing. Let's get all the way left first, then all the way back. Am I supposed to do that little forward motion? I'm not sure. Let me watch him one more time. Oh, I am supposed to do that little forward motion. Okay, we're good. So we're gonna come all the way this way, all the way back, hold ESS left. That's confusing me. It's scaring me, but I guess I'm just gonna trust the strat. I'm like slowly moving more and more. Okay. And now we wait for the backflip frame. Oh! Magical. Look at that.
Very nice.
Cool. All right. I was like
That
kind of
was-
scared of that, but
I was
worked.
deliberating letting you have hookshot out of dungeons just for that. But
not
I
worth.
decided that you're a big boy and you can cross the bridge without a hookshot. The only other scary non-hookshot point is Forest Temple.
Yeah, entering forest seems like it could
Yeah.
be a little sketch, but I'll figure it out. Okay, next we gotta skip this nonsense. Nope. That's a big red. Shame. Hello. That sucks because now I'm trapped. Oh, I don't have hook shot. That's right. Haha.
The game knows.
Yeah, so whether or not you're put in jail is dependent on whether or not you have something in your hookshot slot, which I totally forgot about until just now. Bombs? Hey, look at that.
Oh, nice. I'm very glad that that happened because I forgot about that. I
Getting
was
trapped
just
and
like,
having to save warp would have sucked so
yeah,
much.
I totally forgot about that. I was like, oh, if he gets trapped, he'll just leave and then do it by some other method. Because I have 2 possible methods to get past this gate, hookshotless. But I didn't account for getting caught. But I'm glad that that happens. I totally forgot about that because it almost never happens.
Yeah. Okay. Never really sure what causes a side roll or not. Especially when you're holding shield already. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Who knows? Here we go. Perfect.
Nice. The other way is, of course, unloading the area with the seam walk from archery.
Oh yeah, right. Okay. Who needs the long shot or hover boots? Just back walk right across that. Never mind.
I love that Link can turn while sinking.
Yeah.
Yeah, Juke makes a good point in the chat. It's possible to get to Gerudo's Fortress without the hookshot. So
Yeah, because you can just do opponent first thing.
Yeah, exactly. So it's a good choice from the devs.
Alright, I would Hess, but it has been probably about a year since I Hessed the Wasteland, so I'm just gonna walk.
No full wasty, I'm so sad.
I would probably void like 6 times, and I don't have that many explosives, so.
It's fine, I don't even go for the Wasteland Hills. All these bingo people in the chat will always be mad at me, but they don't respect the patented 8F strat for Wasteland. That is unfailable.
Alright,
You should just... unfailable.
You should learn...
No, see, this is the thing, Danny. I know that it's slow, and I have updated most of the other stuff that I do in this game.
But it's so easy.
I refuse to update this one thing because it's my pride and joy. It's my baby boy.
That's fine. I understand.
And I hope to be a shining beacon for these rando players who have no idea how to play the game. That they can stumble upon the 8F strat and they'll just be like, oh, you can get across the wasteland and it's not that hard? And then maybe they'll join bingo.
All right.
They'll see the light side and they'll go to bingo from the bad stuff, which is bingo.
So we got 8 bombs, 13 shoes. RBA some more chews at some points. I don't know, maybe I won't need them. But first of all, let's get some hearts. Second of all, let's do the strat to get in here, which goes like this. I brought the video up earlier while I was back walking across Hyrule Field, which tabs it in.
Blue.
I have ninth
either
blue.
Red or ninth blue. It's either ninth red or ninth blue. I can't remember.
Let me see. Tenth red.
Oh, 10th red, really?
Oh wait, it says is also okay. Maybe. Ninth black or 10th red. Okay, cool.
Oh, I didn't know it was 2 frames. Oh, are you watching a YouTube video?
Yep.
You're not even watching the video of yourself that I supplied?
No. One more. Okay. Then I want to hold. Which direction side hop is it? Right.
I think it's right.
One more frame. And then. in the corner now. Okay.
Nice.
Cool.
A full roll is, I think, something that a lot of people don't realize from the setup videos.
Choose.
Oh, I didn't think about this either. This is not something I accounted for.
Okay, it's no big deal.
I mean, I figured it was fine, but I didn't even cross my mind. I think you can do it from the small key door as well.
Yeah, probably. Nice and lined up. Okay, so there's a Skulltula in this room that I can't get because normally it requires the hookshot at least.
I verified that at least 2 Skulltulas in this dungeon are possible.
Okay. I imagine the easiest one is the Lizalfos room.
That is 100% accurate.
And then there's also the one in the statue room that I don't know if I could mega flip over the gap. Maybe from the arm I could mega flip onto it.
So when I wrote this challenge, I was thinking about Spirit Temple. And I was like, can you get the one in the statue room? And you can. But I was curious how hard it would be. And it's harder than you would think.
How did you get there? Is it a mega flip from the arm?
You cannot mega flip from the other side. I don't think you can distance mega from the other side, but you might be able to. I hovered from the arm. I just did bomb hovers at a slight angle up against the wall. It was like 5.
I feel like you should probably be able to just climb the arm near the shoulder and do a mega flip from there.
I think you're right, but I didn't know the left side climb. I guess you just use ISG.
Yeah.
But,
okay, so
I mean,
before I jump down here,
Alpha's
I don't
room-
have hook shots. Let me just make sure. Okay, yeah, let's just cross the room. I won't be able to hook shot back up, but that's fine.
The Lizalfos room, after I got the statue room one, I remembered this one even existed. And then I was like, oh.
Bye, sir. Okay, where's the skull? It's like right here. Probably just put this here, right? Have it reach, hopefully. Nice. Okay, so now is when we use this.
It's fun seeing how you and I approach certain strats differently. Just depending on like how we prefer to do things.
Yeah. All right, so this is gonna be the pain in the butt. This is probably the hardest thing left between me and the end, I imagine.
I would save.
Yeah, saving is probably a good idea. We've got Minuet, so we can do it whenever. Okay, so what do I want to do? Probably side flips. Or maybe I just hover against this wall, but I don't have nearly enough bombs for that. So probably side flips. What do I do? How do I do this? Probably want to side flip like off this corner, maybe? Like that sort of deal. There's probably strats for this, but I don't know them. It looks like it should be fine.
I will say you're gonna want first frame pulls on every side
Yeah,
flip.
for the height. That's not gonna climb high enough. I need the height, otherwise I'm gonna snap down in the first hover. Alright, let's see. I don't know if that's a second framer. Let's skip that. This is gonna be tough. It's also too low on the slope. So when you hover, you need to be high enough above the ground, otherwise you won't stay in the air. Okay, good, we're up. Okay. 2. 3. 4. I'm gonna untarget on this one. Or I'm gonna target the bomb shoe. See where I am.
Smart.
Okay, let's retarget again. So I'm still too low, I think. Maybe we can do a couple the other way. Go back and forth. Oh no.
That's really too bad. You could do a I don't know what it's called, but the hover where you go slightly up left and then shield drop 1 frame, pause, and then backflip to the right.
I could do that.
That's like doable without seeing Link.
You're right. Okay.
Excellent.
Very, very good call on that.
Thank you.
So I don't know if I'm high enough yet.
I think if you do one...
I'm afraid if I do a side flip, the chew is going to stick to this thing. So... let's just try it. I am afraid it's going to stick. I don't know if it's going to, but we'll find out.
I don't think so. I think there's enough distance. The chew drops early.
Okay. Good, good, good. I should be able to...
And I think you can just side flip now.
Yeah, I should be able to get up from this one. Haha!
Nice, Danny. And you need at least 1 chew. You need 1 chew for this skull, so that's good.
All right, let's save right now. Like, right now.
Yeah, I'm gonna say that might be the biggest brain play I've ever had, and I'm not even holding the controller.
Yeah, that was a very, very good call. Thank you for that one. Okay. I imagine I can probably throw a bomb at this guy.
You know, you can just drop a chew from the ground.
Oh, true.
I didn't realize that when I did this either.
I climbed up here. I was like, what angle do I need to hit this guy with a chew?
Yep. I did the exact same thing, and then I got it and was like, oh, I could probably just drop a chew.
I think I'm going to RBA more chews now. Wait for the bugs to dig so that the other ones don't dig.
SMH, he's not even doing the quick bottle swap. You can just hold R and B.
Oh, true.
And
I was
pick up
thinking about something else, but you're absolutely right.
Dude, what a boomer. What a boomer. What a boomer.
What do we got left? Water temple? Water temple. Let's do water. Means I guess I should just go... I need some bombs too, for sure. Do we need bombs for water temple? Let's think. What are we doing in water? Oh, more hovering in water temple?
No. I'll just save you the trouble of getting bomb drops.
So I'm thinking of the skull down in the bottom.
What do you mean down in the bottom?
Like, there's a floor switch and a dragon head pops up with a hook shot inside it, and it's behind a gate. The skull is behind the gate, rather. I'm pretty sure I need to hover
you don't
to
have
it.
hook shot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think bomb shoes would probably be fine.
Yeah.
I totally forgot about that. That's my B. Yeah,
That's okay.
we will need to hover to that.
Okay. I'm testing my hovering chops today.
How long? Yeah, Danny asked me like 2 days ago. He goes, "Are there very many hovers in your puzzle?" And I was like, "Nah, just like 2." Not realizing because I didn't do a full run through because I didn't have time that there were like 9.
How much longer is this run? I would say probably 20 to 30 minutes. What time are we at right now? 1:30? Okay, yeah. 20 to 30 minutes sounds right. Let me switch back to a sword before I forget that that is what's on my B button. I need bombs, though. I'm gonna just get 1 bomb drop here. I'm gonna want them anyway for Shadow Temple, I think. Maybe not. We'll see. Can I just
And
get
don't
a bomb
forget,
drop?
gamers, after Danny does this, I'll be doing Danny's puzzle. So Danny and I made puzzles for each other. And then we will obviously compare and contrast and see who made the better puzzle. Also, there's a grass patch over there, too.
Yeah.
You can do double duty.
Oh my god, it took forever. Okay, there we go. Water Temple, right. Water and then Shadow, that's all we got.
No, Juki has water temple as well.
Shadow is the big one. Shadow's the one we gotta beat entirely. Oh, oops.
Did you just hold A and mash B?
No, I just timed the B press to be like right after he lets go. Really easy.
There he goes.
Listen, I've had enough explosive tricks for one day.
There he goes.
I'm taking the easy way out. We showed off the Mega Side Hop last time.
DL is so slow, though. Those are your words.
You know what else is slow right now? My brain.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I don't have many thoughts left that I can spare. Oh, I don't know.
Yeah. This is possible, but I don't know how to do it.
Yeah, let me look this up real quick. Okay. Ladder clip. Zora's domain.
That's exactly what I looked up.
Blinny, save me. 1, 2, 3. What? Oh my god, Blinny is such a guy. Here we go.
Yes.
Was it a dry roll at coming off the ladder? Let me just make sure. Yes, it was. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Look
That's so
how
dumb.
easy.
That's so dumb.
Look how easy that was.
That might just actually be faster than hookshotting from below.
Oh, what's this? I definitely messed that up.
Oh, there's an initial for that?
Yeah, it's
Oh
just
my god,
it's
that's
just
a
2 side
game
hops
changer.
from and a slash, that's it.
That's a game changer. Thank you for blessing me with that.
Okay. Water Temple it is.
Yeah, Blinny and Back and Echo are like the 2 gods of OOT setup videos. Especially for really niche bingo garbage.
There is some video out there to do every trick with every different combination of items you might find yourself with.
Yes,
just
but
a
the
matter of
difficulty
finding
is
it.
that like 3/4 of them are unlisted.
Yeah, exactly. No one will ever need this video. Might as well just unlist it.
I literally made one for this. I made an unlisted setup video for something because there was no video on it. I also, when I came into Water Temple practicing for this puzzle, I started hovering here. And then and then I was
just
like
to cross this gap.
yes.
Amazing. That's speedrunner brain for you, where you completely forget the intended way and you're so locked into doing things the hard way.
I was like, oh, I can't be done without the hook shot. Wait, first I was like, can I mega flip? Oh, that's what happened. I was like, can I mega flip? And I mega flipped it, and mega side hopped it, and I was like, oh, cool, that works. And then I saw the water. That's what happened.
That's really funny. I think that was a little bit too high, so I'm gonna wait to float back up. So the challenge is there's an unloaded room to my right on the bottom, but it's kind of hard to get to because the loading plane for that room is in the middle of this hallway that's below me. I have to like carefully approach, swim right over it. I have to approach that hallway and touch the edge of the load plane without actually swimming into that hallway. Because then I would need iron boots to get out. There's definitely setups for this, but I don't remember what they are, so we're just gonna try to nail it. Not quite, almost. It's just a little bit out of position.
Nobody, to my knowledge, nobody really has a quote-unquote hard and fast setup for this, but I do have like a visual cue that I specifically use for this.
It's one of those things that's not too hard to just throw yourself at for a minute or two until it works.
So
Okay.
I know this is possible because they have to do it in child only. So this definitely obviously can be done.
Yeah. Not worried about whether it's possible. But this looks too high. Why am I breathing in C up mode? Do you see this? This
is that? Oh yeah,
this is not usual. What? This is really weirding me out. I have no idea why that's happening. And it stopped. What? Okay, anyway. Back to speedrunning things.
One thing I will say is be wary of the Tektites.
Yes. I imagine if I turn sideways, they won't bother me. Because they'll be cold. I am worried about potentially... I want a right side roll, so I should tap up. I'm afraid if I go from too close, I'm not gonna make it. So I'm gonna give myself room for like a couple of these. One more frame? Yeah. Okay. Now let's do a couple first framers.
Oh, you'll be fine.
Oh shit. The guys are coming. Oh, with the ISG.
Oh my god. Very nice.
Bombs as my prize. Okay, Shadow Temple. That's all we gotta do. Get to look at this nice bug leg as we warp away. Alright, just use that as a quick exit so that I can now save warp. I think that's probably going to be my fastest way to get to Shadow Temple. Alright, so just Shadow Temple remains. And guess what? Entering Shadow Temple requires yet another hover.
Yes, it does.
It sure does.
Well, there is a trick.
There is the super slide teleport. That's true.
Yes, there is. It is slightly harder without hookshot.
Yeah.
but I verified that it was possible without hookshot for this.
Okay.
You just have to clear the bushes in a certain way.
Yeah, I feel like the hover is gonna be less of a headache.
Yeah, I have listed in my route doc basically like either do the True Slide Teleport or do the Boomer 2012 Bingo Hover from Dante's Shack.
Yeah, so my puzzle, I think our two puzzles are going to be really complementary because 8F's puzzle is relatively easy to know what to do and pretty difficult to actually do it. And I think mine is the opposite. Mine, once you know what to do, doing it is no problem, but you're going to have to think for a while about actually doing it. So it should
I'm
be
excited for that.
Yeah, should be a fun counter to this one. Funny enough, they are very similar in premise. You'll see what I mean.
Oh, little spicy hint.
Yeah. Well, you'll know soon enough anyway. Okay, so let's first of all let's get rid of this Poe because I don't want him bothering me. Imagine I can get onto it from here. Wow, look at the purple lighting coming off the Poe. That's cool. It just goes everywhere.
I didn't know it had like ambient light coming off.
Yeah,
of
I
it.
didn't really realize that either.
Oh, this beautiful, beautiful strat we don't see anymore. It's so beautiful. I miss it so dearly.
I guess I can probably just do bomb hovers. I don't know.
That's how we used to do it.
Yeah. Ah, dang. Okay.
I was gonna say that was a really well timed hover.
Yeah, it was like first frame where it fails. I don't know. I'll just try one more. Okay, we're up. Very nice.
Not even using C up. What a legend.
And since there's a loading plane in this room, you just jump right over it, and the door doesn't load. Just problems after problems. Okay.
Oh my god, unbuffered distance mega. Dude, this guy's a legend. Don't go to the hover boots.
Yeah, we're not getting hover boots, that's right. Okay. I guess. Okay. Let's show off some cool. Let me actually save the game.
This was a big question I had, was whether you were going to try this or whether you were just going to solve it.
Gotta try it for the swag. Should I do it unbuffered, though?
Do whatever you want.
No!
This isn't a hover. This is a mega flip. You don't even have to do the distance mega. Danny's just styling. As child, you have to distance mega, but as adult, you can just mega flip from the edge.
We'll buffer it. So sad. Oh wait, that didn't work. Why not? That's one more time. And turn around, please. Thank you. Looks like I got the same frame as last time. We'll see. Okay, we're good.
Nice. Fruit spinner skip. Right, this is
I
like
don't
the
want
last hard thing.
to die, so let's drink the Poe. I don't think I need all of these bomb juice, so I think that's a safe thing to do. Yeah, let's drink the Poe.
So fun fact about drinking Poes, when you have 2 or more hearts, or it might be 1.5 or more.
As long as it's more than one, strictly, I think.
Okay. The Poe either takes away or gives like a number of hearts, but if you have 1 or fewer hearts, it always gives you health.
Basically, it can't kill you. Ground jump?
I believe so.
I think you can also jump off of that wooden thing and get onto this one, but it's kind of precise, if I remember correctly. Okay. Trying to conserve health, so I'll wait for this thing. I still need a Skulltula. What's the easiest? Okay, the easiest Skulltula is definitely the one in the Crusher room, I think. Oh no, I guess yeah, the ones in the pot rooms are easy.
Sad.
What?
Of the 5 Skulltulas in this dungeon, the tall pot room one is the hardest. And the triple pot room skull. And then the 3 past this Skulltula maze are the easiest, but I was hoping you do the boat room one because it's really cool.
The boat room
without
one?
hover boot. Without hover boots, it's quite hard.
Hover boots?
Uh-huh. Yep.
Interesting. I didn't realize
it's quite difficult.
Oh, I got him. Okay.
But yeah, I mean the like room or the.
You can do it without hover boots without just hovering up there?
Correct.
Interesting.
I can send you the video on the break.
Okay. So.
How were you supposed to get ZL without trade items? Yeah, Juke, that was a misstep. I did not, because I never think about ZL in terms of the letter. I just forgot that you're.
Don't kill me.
I forgot that you're obviously gonna get the letter when you get ZL. That was just a mistake.
I want health. Luckily, I have insects, which are packed full of protein.
VC, let's go.
Did you guys know you can just drink bugs?
Not on every version.
Wait here. Ooh, do I remember how to do this cool clip? Let's see if I remember how to do this cool clip.
Ah, yes, swag points. Let's go.
Nice. Okay. Probably another ground jump, I would imagine. A ground jump jump slash combo.
Something you do not see very often. Wow, that was such an early backflip, but it still worked.
Yeah, as long as you have any distance to the ground, I think you'll pop up. Okay, next, let's get this bomb. Alright, so we got all our 10 Skulltulas. All that's left now is to beat Shadow Temple. Oh, this is gonna stink, because I don't have the hookshot.
Where are you going?
What?
Where are you going?
What do you mean? Oh, where am I going? It's a good question. Where am I going? I guess, yeah, just going to the boat. I'm thinking like glitchless route or something. Let's move on. Save warp, and should I climb back up? No, I don't
You can
think I
climb
can.
or do truth spinner skip again.
Yeah, I'll
I
just do
think.
truth spinner skip again. That's fine.
Oh yeah, climbing up would be quite hard.
Yeah. Yeah, I rolled through the bars. There's a tiny little gap on the left side of that gate. It's actually just like 1 unit wide, but any units wide is enough to fit. Or anything one or more.
That's a very funny way to put it. Normal jump slash is not high enough for that skull token, no.
Yikes.
Oh, juke with the strats. You could have waited out.
Oh my goodness. Void out? That wouldn't put me at the crusher room? I guess not. I'm just
No, because there's no trigger.
That makes sense. Well, the crusher room does have a void out specifically for getting crushed, and you end up back in the crusher room. But that's
But
like
if you void outside the crusher room, I think.
Yeah, that would have made sense. That's a smart move. All right, let's do this one more time. There we go. One more truth spinner skip.
You cannot beat this dungeon glitchless without hover boots. That's not possible.
Yes, you absolutely can. In fact, I will show you. I will show you by doing the truth spinner. How do you cross this gap?
In restricted glitchless, you can
Not
beat
restricted.
this dungeon.
Not restricted.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think this is possible in restricted. The room before bongo specifically.
With damage boosts, you can.
Yes, that's okay.
And here's an example of one of those damage boosts. I haven't done this in forever, so let's see. Nice, the double damage boost.
That was really, really cool. And completely unnecessary.
Yup.
I do think I don't want to get these glitchless runners in my comments section, but I don't know. I think damage boost should be allowed in every
I also think so. But
it's
also
not a glitch.
It's not a glitch.
Not a glitch.
But also it's just really, really powerful. So
you know what else is really powerful? Slashing your sword.
You're right about that one. Guess I'm just going. Yeah, just going. Basically, it was just taken out of restricted to make the routes different enough to warrant both of the categories existing.
I mean, fair, but I guess my opinion would be like, just have one category.
Yeah, true. But then you get a lot of people very unhappy.
Yeah, I guess. Whereas it's funny because like they're unhappy, but with the current way it is for me, it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Like they can have it because they're way more passionate about it being split than I am about it being one. I do not care.
Back when we were first discussing splitting the categories, I was very against it because I wanted there to just be one glitchless that was like pure glitchless, having stuff like damage boosts or whatever in it. And eventually I realized that just keeping everybody happy and giving them a thing to run was more important. All right.
I have a video for this if you need it.
I think I remember. Actually, it's like this. That should do it. Let's just watch it and make sure. Also, let's watch it because it's cool. There we go.
Yeah, but I feel like entering the trials from below is like clearly a glitch.
So the thing about trial skip, right, is that there's a loading zone there, right? It's not meant to be there, but it's there, right? Touching a loading zone is not a glitch, right?
No.
Is the game glitching by you using the loading zone? Like, it's definitely a mistake that it's there, but that doesn't mean it's a glitch, right? It's like very different. So I don't need this key. I had the key from before. I'm just doing glitchless movement now, because that's what I remember.
That guy almost got you.
Almost did.
Are you gonna BK skip or are you gonna get the boss key? You're already in here, I guess.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm a little afraid of dying in the boss key room. I'll probably just BK skip, to be honest. I came in here just because of bad muscle memory. Let's just go. We'll BK skip.
So the room you're about to be in is the room where I made a setup video.
We got double damage boosts, my dude.
Yeah, I didn't know about that. So I made a way to get through this room super easily with like consistent backwalking and mega flips.
Okay. So let me see if I remember how to even do the double damage boosts. Because it has been quite a while. I think that should be good. Alright, let's... Oh, if I fail this, then I'm gonna die, because I'll have taken 2 hits and then I'll void. So maybe...
You want to learn my little magic setup?
I don't. What I want to do...
Wow.
What I want to do is drink some bugs. That's what I want to do. Let's go drink some bugs first, so I can at least survive a failure. This is also why I drank the Poe, because drinking bugs requires an empty bottle, and it's an infinite source of health.
This is 1.2 exclusive, right? Drinking bugs?
I think 1.1 also.
I think you might, yeah, I think that might be right.
Alright, there's like a really fast way to do this movement, but I don't remember what it is. So, we're just gonna do this the logical way. Okay, let's see. This should be right. Get a little tiny bit more of an angle. Good.
What a god.
Alrighty. And now we need to do this, which I haven't done in a very, very long time. So what is it? Like 3, right? 1, 2, 3. It's probably been like at least 3 years since I did this. Oh, that's the frame rate. Let's get out of there. One more frame, I think. Yep. Two more, maybe? Yeah, one more. And just Z. Okay, we're in there.
Nice.
We did it. Calling on a lot of very old memory. So all I have to do is not die.
How you liking my puzzle so far, Danny?
It's very challenging. I like it. I like a good execution challenge.
I'm Glad to hear.
Oh, I thought I was going to touch him with ISG, but apparently he just grabs you. Well, that stinks, because now I have to go all the way back there.
We can, I mean...
I don't know why ISG didn't hit him.
Yeah, honestly, it usually does on the grab attack. If you want to just go to the Skulltula house, I think everybody's going to understand.
Okay. You're not going to make me go all the way back there?
No, I am not going to make you do all of that again. It's clear you know what you're doing.
Okay. Hey, look, did you guys know that there's this crazy glitch where the Shadow Medallion is invisible sometimes?
Wow, what?
That's just, it's so wild how that happens. I don't know. In interest of time,
yes.
so Adef can have 2 full hours of his puzzle. We're gonna say that didn't happen, and then ISG actually did its job.
As the person that wrote this puzzle, I'm gonna say that the lore is that you've destroyed one of Bongo's hands, and the other Bongo hand is now permanently stuck in a Schrodinger-esque state where it thinks it's constantly grabbing Link's body. And now Bongo will never leave that room, and the Skulltula house people are content.
That's the Dungeon Master skills shining through right there. The improv. Here we go. And we're calling time as soon as I get the wallet, I guess. There it is.
Time.
We'll add
excellent work, Danny.
We'll add a penalty 2 minutes.
Okay. Excellent work. I mean, you did all the hard stuff.
I did, and then I died to the one boss that I fought, which is cool.
It's the hardest boss in the game, I would say.
Yeah, you're probably not wrong. It definitely does the most damage. It does a lot of damage.
So let me get my webcam back set up, and let's do a little post-puzzle recap real quick.
Yes.
Here.
Dang, I feel bad that the very last thing.
You should not feel bad. I'll set my lights to red for you, Danny, for a little evil aesthetic.
Okay.
All right, well, I'm ready when you are, Tech. Let's do this little post-puzzle recap. Okay, Danny. So I want you to first rank the puzzle yourself from a scale of 1 to 10, and I need the chat room to rank the puzzle from 1 to 10. What are we thinking? And I want 1 to 10, 1 being very dumb and 10 being very interesting.
Okay, I'm gonna rank it. I'm gonna rank it on several different fronts. We got lore. Lore.
Okay.
11 out of 10. Fantastic lore.
Excellent.
I felt justified in every single thing that I was doing. I knew why it was happening. Say routing difficulty, I'm gonna give it a 3. I knew everything that I was gonna do at any given time, except maybe the order I was gonna do it in. But so it wasn't too challenging routing wise. Execution difficulty, I'm gonna give it an 8. It was very hard to execute. A lot of really interesting tricks, a lot of things I haven't done in a very long time, maybe even haven't done ever. So definitely very hard execution-wise. Fun, I'm also going to give it 11 out of 10. It was really fun. I had a good time.
Excellent. Well, that's great. Chat room, stick around. We're going to take a very quick break. Get up, stretch your legs, grab some food, grab some water, and we'll be back in just a few moments with Danny's puzzle. I'll be attempting Danny's puzzle. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back just after this. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. This is Challenger Approaching. I'm your host, Adef. This is the show where we show off challenge runs and the runners that perform them. I kind of switch the order of which is the active verb in location in that sentence every time I intro this show, so pick the one you like best. But gamers, just a few quick announcements. We will be shifting times for some of our Games Done Quick Hotfix shows, including this one. We've switched to 7 p.m. Eastern for this show from 10 p.m. So check out gamesdonequick.com/hotfix for more info on when you can find your favorite shows. Also, I think it's cool for me to announce that we are looking for new showrunners. For info on where you can find a way to submit a show idea, you can check out the Games Done Quick Twitter at twitter.com/gamesdonequick. And those are the announcements. Danny.
Hello.
It's time. Do you have something to send me?
I sent it to you in the DM.
You sure did. I'm pulling it up. Okay, I'm ready to go whenever. Also, the file name's Danny B 21892. So this is also, I guess I should say what we're doing. We're doing Ocarina of Time puzzles. So Danny just completed a puzzle I made for him that he had not seen before tonight, and I'm about to start a puzzle that Danny has made for me that I've never seen. So that's the game plan here. You ready, Danny?
I'm ready.
All right, 3, 2, 1, go. Hylian Exterminator. After defeating Ganon and being sent back to the past by adult Zelda, interesting, Link goes to meet child Zelda in order to warn her of everything he knows. She thanks Link and... Oh, thanks. Oh, I thought it was she thinks and I'm stupid. She thanks Link and sets a plan in motion to stop Ganondorf. However, it seems even before getting the Triforce, Dorfy Boy, as we all call him, has already been busy desecrating the holy places of Hyrule, infesting them with monsters. Zelda, knowing this, asks Link for help one more time. Link! The Great Deku Tree has been cursed with monsters in his stomach. Due to his connection with the royal family, I can sense the presence of 4 unique monster types within. Defeat one of each to weaken Ganondorf's hold on the tree. However, in doing so, you strengthen Ganondorf's resolve elsewhere. It will be up to you to defeat 5 unique monster types in another of our land's dungeons, and then 6 in the next, and so on, defeating 1 more unique monster in each dungeon than you did in the last, until finally in the 9th dungeon you must defeat all unique types of monsters inside. 8th dungeon, thank you for the correction, Danny. You must defeat all unique types of monsters inside. This is super cool. I leave it to you to determine an order which works. In doing so, we will demoralize Ganondorf and stop his plans before they've even begun. Rules. Getting started. Begin by defeating 1 of each of the 4 unique enemy types in the Great Deku Tree. Okay, so that's good. Danny has given me a starting place so that I don't have to think very hard at the beginning.
Yep.
Demoralize Ganondorf. For each dungeon that follows, in whatever order you choose, defeat 1 more unique enemy type than in the previous dungeon until you have done so for the 8 main dungeons. Finally, defeat all unique enemies in the 9th dungeon.
So that is a bonus if we have time. Let's say the 9th dungeon is always going to be Ganon's castle, so only consider the 8 main dungeons otherwise. If we have time at the end, you can full clear Ganon's castle.
Okay, so I'm only considering the 8 main dungeons right now.
That's right.
Okay, one thing at a time. You may not enter any main dungeon until you are ready to defeat the goal enemies inside or unless you've already defeated them. Commitment. Once you enter a dungeon, you cannot leave until you finish exterminating. Stay focused. Since many dungeons are not a part of the job, you may not enter them. Cool, no bottom of the well, that's good. Honest work. No SRM, you damn cheater. Notes. Final dungeon bosses don't count, okay. Piece variants all just count as 1 type, okay. Big and normal variants count as 1 type. There's big Beamos?
Yeah. You never noticed some Beamos get stunned instead of exploding instantly? Those are the big ones. They're much bigger, actually.
Okay. Enemies you don't kill don't count. Enemies that Navi does not talk to you about don't count.
That all makes sense. There's a lot of notes and clarification about like what enemies count. Basically, any enemy in a dungeon that you can talk to Navi about counts. And then enemies that are too close to each other count as 1.
There are no restrictions. Nice angle. There are no restrictions on like items.
That's right. You can use any items you wish. The only restriction is no SRM.
I did not mean to backflip there. Okay.
So, things to think about are that
number of unique enemy types in each dungeon.
That's right. So on the document that you're looking at, on the next page, you can scroll down if you want. Everything is blacked out with like highlighting text. We have all the dungeons and the numbers of unique enemies in each, and then also a list of every unique enemy in each. So we can unblack out those as you need. We can just unblack out the numbers. We can unblack out the actual lists of enemies if you need. recommend just thinking about it for a while at the beginning, though. Try to see how many enemies you can think of
Yeah,
in each
I
dungeon.
want to not use the dock as much as possible.
Cool.
My movement so far, as we anticipated, is quite bad. Okay, so here's the thoughts. Right now, head empty. Literally, like, I can't even fathom. Nice angles, dude. What is going on? I have not gotten used to this adapter yet. It is slightly changing everything. So the first thing is Deku Tree, for sure, right? Like, I
Yep.
have to go there first.
Yep, that is the minimum. There is no dungeon that has fewer enemies than Deku Tree.
Okay, the 4 enemy types in Deku Tree are Deku Scrubs, and Skulltula, Big Skulltula, and Deku Baba, and that's 3, right? I said 3.
You said
Oh, Big
Skulltula?
Skulltulas and Small Skulltulas, are those different?
So Skullwaltulas are different. They have a different name. There's
Okay,
actually
then yes,
there's like
those are the 4.
yeah, the human sized Skulltulas come in big and regular variants. Also, those are the same.
How much do you think I should do as child? That's another thing.
Probably just Deku, I'd say.
That's what I was thinking. And I don't... Are there enemies in shadow past the boat that are unique? Yes, there is a walnut.
Yes, good job.
So I need ZL, but I can
Well,
RBA.
so here's the thing. You do not have to full clear every dungeon. Right?
Right, the order I do matters, but I could always RBA Poacher Saw later if I absolutely need to.
Yep.
Spirit Temple, I have a feeling I might need that key, but I can use Deku Sticks because this isn't bingo. So there's no equip swap. There's no Deku Sticks as adult restriction. Okay, this is really quite difficult to think of.
Yep.
I am gonna have to. There is gonna have to be a moment where I just don't play the game.
And that's fine.
And I have to just think. Because I can't do this any other way. I'm gonna have to write it down as well. I'll open a notepad. Yeah, what was the Navi specification?
If you can't talk to
Enemies
Navi
that-
about an enemy, that enemy doesn't count. That includes gold Skulltulas. That includes the flying pots. That includes the flying floor tiles and fire temple. Basically, it doesn't count as an enemy if Navi doesn't have something to say about it.
This equip is fun. This text skip. Can I kill the Skullwaltulas without slingshot? Yeah, probably from above. Right? Yeah, certainly. Sure. One moment. Can you mute my mic audio really quick as I move it? Yeah.
All right, chat.
Okay.
We're gonna need
How's that?
your help also keeping track of how many enemies Adef has killed in each dungeon, because as we get to the higher numbers, it might be hard to keep track of.
That's 2. Oh, I can hear myself. I can hear Danny also. I think I can just don't. Okay, that's 3. Okay, cool. Thank you. That's 3. I could have just gotten the slingshot because I have to go in here anyway, but I did not. Side hop for it.
So a scrub, you don't actually kill scrubs. They don't count either. Things you don't kill don't count.
Oh. Oh, the Goma babies.
Goma babies would be the one.
Which means I need to go back up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Remember, you're an exterminator. You're out to kill.
I've already been duped by myself. Sorry, I thought Deku Babas did count. That's my B.
Dekababas do, not Dekuscrubs.
Or sorry, Deku Scrubs might be. That's on me. That's on me. Also, I'm gonna not read Twitch chat for most of this because people are almost certainly gonna spoil me on enemies. So if there's like a relevant question in chat, Danny.
Yeah, I got you. So we're not counting bosses either. It has to be in the dungeon proper.
Right. Oh, my play is gonna be real dirty for this. Nice step.
Yeah, so one more time, the list of things that don't count are final dungeon bosses, variants of the same enemy, like Keese and Fire Keese. Those count as just one, right? Especially since you can change between them, like you can shield a Fire Keese and put it out and it becomes a regular Keese, so they're the same thing. Big and normal variants count as the same thing, like big and small Dekababas, big and small Beamos.
I assume that's fine.
Big and
I can
small
just say work now.
Skulltulas. What's up? Oh, you killed
killed
one?
it.
Yeah, you're good to go. That's all you need to do in the dungeon. Just kill all 4.
Okay,
Enemies that you
killed
don't kill don't
Keith is
count,
clear.
and then enemies that Navi doesn't talk to you about don't count as enemies, so they don't count.
Okay, this is where I'm just gonna have to... Well, I guess if I can just go adult, I can do it in the Master Sword cutscene. I just want to verify with you, I can just go, like, this is... I don't need to be child. Well, I should get a bottle, but...
You should get a bottle, yeah.
Yeah. I'll get a bottle and then I'll go adult. And I'll start thinking now, I guess. There's no reason I can't autopilot to the bottle. Okay, so let's just go through the list of dungeons audibly and think about enemies. So, let's start with Dodongo's Cavern. In Dodongo's Cavern. Do I want an ocarina? Could be nice, and it gives me time to think. And if you play more than like 10 songs, it's worth it. And you're gonna see boomer setup, boomer setup, boomer setup. I'm even using C up. Oh, let's go.
Very nice.
Okay, alright, so Dodongo's Cavern. I enter the main room. There is a Beamos in the center, that's one. There is nothing else technically in that room except for Fire Keese above on the back bridge, that's 2. And then if you follow natural route, you encounter baby Dodongos, that's 3. You encounter mid-sized Dodongos, unless does that count as 2 different enemies?
Those are different. Those are like completely different things. They're not just like scaled up versions.
Then that's okay. That's what you mean by that. Okay. So, like big levers, for example, is just a lever.
Right.
So that's 4, the 2 different Dodongo types. Then there is the Lizalfos, that's 5. Armos, that's 6. Golwalchulas, that's 7. I think that's it.
You want me to tell you if you're right?
I was gonna say tell me if I'm wrong, but that's the same thing as telling me if I'm right. it's a boolean. Hang on, let me think about it for one more second. And it's okay to kill the same enemy in 2 different dungeons, right?
Yes, yes. You're just talking about uniqueness within the dungeon.
Okay. And only ban glitches SRM and GIM, I assume.
Yeah.
Which I can't do anyway, so that's fine.
I won't let Adef mess up if there isn't a dungeon with enough enemies. I won't let him go that route.
Oh, this will be my first West with the new adapter.
All right, so we've got 7 in DC. That's what you just said.
Okay, excellent. That's unless you haven't confirmed. But hang on.
So you've counted 7 so far.
Yes, correct.
I wanted to make Child 1 nice and easy so you can just spend the entire time on autopilot.
Okay, with the ESS adapter, I overcorrected.
Right.
I pulled way too hard to the right. I also was like butting up against the fence weird, and I was holding down, and he wasn't quickly walking because I lost my momentum. Regardless, there's a lot happening. Okay, 7. I'm trying to think if there's any other Enemies. There's a lot of unique instances of fire keys in DC, which is like what I keep thinking about. I think that's it. I'm gonna lock in 7 for DC.
Okay. Should I tell you if that's correct, or if
Yeah,
you need to
yeah.
keep
Go ahead
thinking?
and tell me.
Okay,
Go ahead.
7 is absolutely correct for DC.
Okay, excellent.
In fact,
here's what I
as
will
we
say.
do this,
If
I'm gonna uncomment the numbers on the dock, but not the enemies. Or actually, because you came up with all the enemies yourself, so I'll uncomment that so you can see it for reference.
Yeah, uncomment anything I get right, basically.
Yep.
That's really helpful for me because I don't have time to write it down.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, excellent. So I feel good about DC. Here's what I'll say. If I get it wrong, don't tell me what the correct number is.
For sure.
Okay, so 7 to DC. Let's move on to Jabu. Jabu has an Octorok, 2 Octoroks in the first room, that's 1. There are Shaboms in the first room, that's 2. There are Beeries in the 3rd and 4th rooms, that's 4. There are the big swirly Beeries, is what I'm going to call them.
They're called berries.
Berries, okay,
Yeah.
that is great to know.
You want to know? You want to know a secret?
What's that?
Baronade is a berry tornado.
Oh my god, wait, he totally is?
Yeah, that's what his name is.
There are berries on him.
Yep, he is a berry tornado.
Wow, learn something new every day. Okay, so Beery, Berry, Shabam, and Octorok, that's 4. There are those weird eel tentacle things. That's 5. There are the intestinal parasite big tentacles, that's 6. There is the big Octo, that's 7. There are the stingray things, whose names I do not know.
Stingers.
That's 8. Stingers?
Yep.
That's
And in
8.
case you were curious, the small tentacle things are tailsporan, and the big ones are parasitic tentacles.
Okay, so I was kind of right about them being parasites. All
You
right.
were.
So that's 8. I'm definitely going to be RBing Kajiro, I think.
You have full free roam of RBA. You can do whatever you want.
Excellent. I'm up to 8. This is going to be a really tight castle before night, but let's see. Oh my god, are you kidding me? Alright, this is technically salvageable. Don't look that way, don't look that way, don't look that way. Nope, he totally looked. Alright, well, we're just gonna walk. That sucks, but it gives me time to think. That's fine, I guess.
More time to think is good.
I'm gonna...
So what we got? We got 8 in Jabu so far?
Yeah, I think... There are no Skullwalchulas in Jabu that I can think of. The one area in Jabu I really don't know well is that upper area after the big Octo, because I literally haven't been there since I was a kid. Like, I do not know.
I will reassure you that there is nothing but berries up there.
Okay, and I know there's a fairy up there, I think, in a pot. There's like a pot.
There is, yeah. Right after you
Okay,
kill Big
somehow
Octo,
that's
there's
in-
pots.
That's in the recesses of my brain somehow. I'm gonna lock in 8. Oh, I got a big Skull Child.
8 is absolutely correct. You've got every single enemy in Jabu. Well done.
Okay, nice.
2 for 2.
On to the Forest Temple. Alright, Forest. There are... Can a homie get one more blue rupee? Or one more green? Oh wait, yeah.
I think a blue went into the moat, actually.
Really? That
Yeah.
sucks. Alright, well, we'll just go both sides.
All right. So
I'm
forest
one
is
rupee
next.
short, but I'll show you some secret technology that people I think don't know very well. This is some secret Zelda knowledge. Well, first of
Ooh.
all, we can just get an RNG drop.
Yeah, but no, the secret
not.
one is cooler.
There are green rupees up here.
Yep. And the blue at the end, right?
I think so. Let's find out. Nope. Just greens.
Huh, okay.
Okay. Forest Temple. I feel bad not reading chat for my own show, but I'm worried that people are gonna foil me. Forest Temple. Okay, Forest. You walk in and there are Wolfos. That's 1. There is a Swinging Skulltula in the next room. That's 2. Are all 4 poses different?
They're all different. They all have different names, so they're different.
Amy, Meg, Joe, and the blue one, whose name is the other Little Women character.
Beth.
Beth. Amy. Okay, so that's 4 plus the Wolfos is 5 plus the Skulltula is 6. And do I need anything else in Child? I don't think so.
I think you're good to go for Child Link.
Cool. Alright, so that's 4 plus 2, 6. And then there is a Bubble. That's 7. There are Stalfos. That's 8. There are Dekubabas. That's 9. There are Wallmasters. That's 10. There are Octoroks. That's 11. There are Skullwalchulas before the Compass. That's 12. Is there a like in Forest Temple? I don't think so.
There's not.
I'm locking in 12 for Forest Temple.
Think about
I'm short.
the
Okay,
block
don't
puzzle
say
room.
anything. The block puzzle room has bubbles in it. That's it.
Did you say bubbles? That's my bad then.
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Did I miscount then?
12 is not correct. I lost track of
Okay.
everything that you said.
That's okay. Let me keep thinking.
Oh, I know which 2 you're missing. Okay. I suppose I shouldn't have said which 2, should I?
That's okay. That's okay. I didn't say anything because I was happy to have the info.
So, regardless, you know
It's 14. It's 14.
it is 14, but you know that Forest has a lot, right? The 8th dungeon is going to require you to do 11 enemies, right? Because
It's
4
7
plus 7.
plus 4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you know Forest Temple is at least one of the ones you can leave towards the end.
Right.
So we're thinking of every single one, maybe you don't need to.
Okay, what are the 2 enemies that I'm missing then? I'm curious.
You are missing a Wallmaster, which comes down from the ceiling in the twisted hallways.
Wait, I said that.
Did you say Floormaster then?
No, I said Wallmaster.
And Floormaster?
There are Floor Masters in
There's
Forest
the one key room on the balcony.
Oh, that enemy in my mind they are the same.
Okay. Yeah. Those
In
are
my
two-
mind, I was thinking of the one that comes down in like the twisted hallways and the one in the small key room as the same enemy because they have the same model.
Gotcha. Yeah, one of them the Floormaster splits into 3 when you kill it, and the Wallmaster does not.
Okay, yeah, I am on Wind Waker brain when it comes to Wallmaster versus Floormaster, where one of them is a hand out of the ground.
Yeah.
Anyway,
And the last
Fire
one,
Temple.
the
Yeah,
last
go
one
ahead.
that you missed is a green bubble.
I thought you said Fire Keys, Ice Keys doesn't matter.
That's because those are literally the same enemy on fire or not, and they can transition
When you
between the
navy
two.
them, they're the same.
Well, it says fire keys when it's Navi, but they're literally the same thing that can just transition between two states. Whereas bubbles are separate entities for different colors.
Because a keys can gain fire or ice from torches and stuff. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, that's very fair. All right, 14. Fire Temple. Fire keys. Like, that's 2. Torch slugs, that's 3. Flare Dancer, that's 4. Red Bubbles, that's 5. Do floor tiles count?
Nope. Can't talk to Navi about them.
Fire Temple doesn't have very many. Let's do that.
I will recommend that you remember to keep bombs on C down unless you are getting real bombs.
Oh, Danny. You're talking to a bingo player right now.
Just making sure.
You think I'm gonna equip over bombs? Now that I say that, I am gonna equip over bombs. But...
worth mentioning to chat, when you go adult, you have Decanuts on C left, if you have Decanuts in your inventory. You have Ocarina on C right, if you have Ocarina in your inventory. You have bombs on C down, regardless of whether you have bombs in your inventory. For some reason, that one, they just give it to you. We don't have a bomb bag, so we can't collect any bombs, but we can get a bomb bag through a glitch. So this will be very useful.
I think I'm gonna lock in 5 for Fire Temple.
I was also very surprised that Fire Temple is only 5 enemies.
Okay, that is bewildering to me, but I can't think of any more, so it must be true.
It is true.
Okay, Water Temple is gonna be hard. Good God. Okay, Tektites, 1. There are different kinds of Tektites, but I think only blue Tektites in Water Temple. So Tektites, spinning metal balls of death.
Also known as spikes.
Sure. I guess that's a valid name.
I'm just showing off my name knowledge.
Sure. Clams.
Shellblades.
Shellblades, okay, that's 3. Hang on now. Dark Link. 4. Like, that's 5. That's right outside. Danny and I should make OCS 4. Hang on.
That would be fun.
What am I on 4?
You've got Tektite.
I've got
Spikes.
Tektite, Spikes,
Shellblades,
Clam
like,
Boys,
and Dark Link. You have 5.
So 5. I'm going here to make it night to quickly hatch the egg. I might as well RBA strength, I guess. Why not?
Someone in chat mentions something important. We know that Fire Temple has only 5.
Yeah, so it has to be night.
Yep.
And I can't get hover boots before that. Because I cannot enter battle until I'm ready to do it. Okay. It's kind of cool.
Built-in delayed hover boots. One of my favorite parts of this challenge.
This is a very good puzzle.
What do I do? We're at 5 in water. You just got to Dark Link in your brain.
The things that suck you into the ground.
Things that suck you into the ground.
It's not an enemy. The Vort is like the vortices.
Oh, the vortex.
Yeah, the vortices.
I would like to kill those just for catharsis, but
Yes,
fortunately-
absolutely. I'm gonna do a treat for Twitch chat. And I can ESS right to make him stay in place.
Yes, Sam. He can get hookshot. No problems with that.
Peace.
Geese. They're in
Peace.
there.
I
6.
felt like
Just
I'm not gonna need
silence for 15 seconds and then screaming the word keys.
I felt like in the Hobbit movie when Gollum yells, "Wolf!"
That was very good.
Thank you. That's one that I can do well. Okay. Is it 6?
You want me to tell you if that's right or wrong?
I think it's 6.
You are missing at least one.
1, that's a good way to put it. Friends, always equip your trade item, swapping with the bombs here before you give it away. Because what if you press B, you dingus? Man, this is exponentially harder while playing. You just tell me, do I need ZL for anything?
You will certainly need it at the very least to get through Water Temple.
That is true. Okay, then I'm gonna do the full trade sequence. This is just a bingo. I'm just doing
For
a
now.
1.2 bingo right now.
It's bingo plus all dungeons, kind of.
Yeah, in a cool way.
Which is why I said that our puzzles are interestingly similar. You had me do
Yes.
Skulltulas in every dungeon, and I'm having you do enemies in every dungeon.
That's true. It's very interesting. I like this puzzle a lot. Did I RBA yet? I did not. Okay. I'm at 6. Water Temple is a dungeon that I just don't think about very much.
Try to avoid it as much as possible.
Yeah, generally speaking.
I can try to give you a hint as to...
Yeah, let's do a hint for Water Temple.
Okay. Think about... Maybe this doesn't help. But think about rooms towards the end of the dungeon that you just never, ever see in speedruns.
Yeah, see, that's the problem.
Yeah, I figured. Okay.
I'm thinking of the rooms past the Tektites in the boss key area.
Uh-huh. That is exactly the room that you should be thinking of.
I just don't know what's in there. I have literally no idea.
Okay. This
If I
enemy
had to
also
guess-
exists elsewhere in the dungeon.
Yeah. It exists elsewhere in the dungeon, really?
Yes. It exists in 2 places. In the room we were just talking about, and also,
tell
you
me
know where the dungeon map is inside the little column of water, and the
That's the
underwater.
compass, but yes.
Oh yeah, my bad. And the underwater hallway with the spikes on the ceiling that leads to it.
There are stingrays.
There are.
Or stingers, sorry. Okay, so 7. I'm locking in 7.
7 is correct for Water Temple.
Okay.
So far we have DC 7 and Water 7, both candidates for early dungeons.
Yes, because I will probably do DC. Well, I hate Water Temple, so I think I'll do Water 3rd, and then DC 4th.
Cool.
But let's talk about Shadow.
So that gets us through 6 and 7, right? So we have Fire for 5. DC and Water are gonna be 6 and 7 probably. Jabu is 8 for sure, because then Jabu is 8 enemies. So now we have Spirit and Shadow.
Temple. All right, Shadow Temple. Spirit's gonna be kind of hard, I think. Shadow Temple. We have. I'm gonna get a couple bomb drops because I have got nothing but time. Shadow is Dead Hand,
Mm-hmm.
and Redeads, and Gibdos, and Dalphos, that's 4, and Skulltulas, that's 5, and Keese, that's 6, and the one, whatever the one is that splits into 3, whether it's Floor Master or Wall Master, I don't know.
That's the Floor Master. You can remember because the three little guys are always only on the floor, so that's a Floor Master.
Okay, that's a good way to remember. Are there Wall Mass in Shadow? There's a Beamos.
There is a Beamos.
Is that, am I up to 6?
That including the Floor Master is 7.
Okay.
Or was that 8? I don't know. So far we've got, as a quick recap, in Shadow, we have Redeads, Gibdos, Dead Hand, Keese, Skulltulas, Stalfos, Beamos, and Floor Master. That's 8. So your question was, is there a Wall Master?
Yeah, I think there is.
That would be 9.
Is there one?
There is.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought.
It is in the big guillotine room. Guillotine? Guillotine? I don't know.
Guillotine.
Okay.
I should get Goron Tunic, probably. I'm going through all of Fire Temple, so might as well.
Are you?
Oh, I cannot tell you how much I hate hitting this Goron with a bomb from Lost Woods.
So we got 9 in Shadow so far.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which means, at the very least, it's got to come after Jabu, which was 8.
Oh, legend!
Oh, no way!
Dude, that's so sick. I was like, wait, I think I can push him back into it.
Wow. Wow. That was good.
Are there any other enemies? You cannot defeat the walkie spiky movie boys, and they are slidey boys, and they're also in DC, and we didn't count them, so...
I have literally no idea what you're talking about.
The side-to-side spike traps.
Oh, okay, yes.
God, we're not counting Bongo's hands.
No bosses.
Okay, thank God. Because technically it's a different thing than him.
That's true.
You can navigate it differently than his body, I think.
Does it say a different enemy, really?
I'm not 100% sure about that, no. Oh, Moose says that's the strat. Confirmed. Excellent.
Alright, so 9 in Shadow. Do we want to
I'm gonna
lock
lock
it in?
I'm gonna lock it in.
We are missing at least 1 in Shadow. But I would recommend we move on and get an idea of Spirit first. Because we know that Shadow won't come for a while at least.
Right. I don't remember the counts for really any of the other ones.
They are all unhighlighted on the document on the second page.
Okay, excellent.
This is not a memory test, only a... Well, it's a memory test at
well,
first.
It is. It literally
only
is.
at first.
That's exactly what it is. Okay. Spirit. We have Flying Pots, which don't count.
Nope.
And we have Beamos, 1, Wolfos, 2, Keese, 3, Flying Jackals.
What?
4. The Jackal Sphinx guys.
Oh, Anubis, okay.
Yeah, Anubis, that'd be the Egyptian god of death. So what do I have? Anubis, Beamos, Keese, Wolfos. That's 4.
Yep.
Like for 5. Walchulas for 6. Iron Knuckle for 7. Naburu Knuckle for 8.
Let's keep Nibiru Knuckle since it's in the boss room and it's also just an Iron Knuckle. Let's keep it as a separate thing you don't have to worry about.
According to Bingo, it's not just an Iron Knuckle.
It is. It does have different health and stuff. I don't think Nabi says a different name though. I don't know. Maybe I think she says like something's weird about this Iron Knuckle or something like that. But the name itself is the same.
What am I up to?
I think you had 7 or 8.
All right. Well, we'll just keep counting. Armos. Oh, this ESS adapter has changed my life. that was so free. It's stupid.
Chat asks, can you see the document? Yes. I will make a copy of the document so nobody can conflict with what ADEF is looking at. Here it is. This is everything on the document.
You will not be able to post a link in chat.
Oh, really? I did.
It is muted out for everybody else.
Oh.
But you can send it to Ray, and they can put it in.
Okay. I will do that.
The Gways are outside, so they don't count. The levers are outside, they don't count. Should I RBA Odd Potion for Song of Time? I don't think so. I can always skip the Song of Time block after long shot if I absolutely have to. Okay. Other Spirit Temple enemies. I'm just gonna equip my sword and just hang out for a little bit while I think of this.
So what we got from the start, we got Wolfos,
okay, so we've got
Beamos.
Wolfos, Beamos, like Keese.
Yep.
Anubis.
Mm-hmm.
Skullwalchulas. Armos. Iron Knuckles. Torch Slugs.
Are there living Armos?
Yes. In the block puzzle room, past the Anubis room, where you have to, or the room you have to use Mirror Shield in after you get Mirror Shield.
Oh yes, of course.
Lizalfos was 10 and Torch Slug was 9. Oh, there are the spinning bubbles that fly back and forth. That's 11.
Yep, white bubbles.
I'm locking in 11.
There are more than 11.
What?
Quite a few more, in fact. Oh, and of course, Armos are the literal first item you see in the enemy you see in the dungeon too.
Oh, that too. Yeah, that too.
I have it written down. I totally forgot about that.
Well, first of all, next is Fire Temple for sure, right?
Next is Fire Temple for sure.
Okay,
we have the everything up until Jabu perfectly planned already. We've got fire, and then DC and water either way because they're both 7 and we need to do them as 6 and 7. And we have Jabu as 8. And forest we had as 14, so that can go anywhere towards the end if we want. Shadow we know is at least 9. Because you had 9 in there. And then Spirit we know is at least, what did you say, 11, 12?
Dude, this bomb look. Alright, okay. I was just about to give up. That was me saying alright to give up, and then a bomb appeared, so that's good. Okay,
You've done most of the hard work already.
I believe that. I can't think of any more in Spirit, really.
Knowing it's at least 11 does mean you can do it at the end. Ray is correct. So we know Spirit and Forest are both at least 11, so they can both be done at least last and second to last. It's just a matter of like how many extras are there, so how easy is it to get the target number.
I'm also just gonna get this bomb drop because literally why not?
Yeah, definitely a good one. So let's think about Fire Temple. What are you planning on doing in Fire Temple? We got 5 enemies. We got Torch Slugs, Keese,
Oh right, I gotta
Like
actually
Likes,
think.
Red Bubbles, and Flare Dancers. 5 enemies only, which is weird considering it's an adult dungeon. I guess they only had so many fire.
I'm pretty
type
sure
enemies.
I can just do natural route.
Is there a better way?
Is there a better way? Well, Daniel, I just don't know. We're gonna find out when I get in the dungeon, I think. I guess I'm doing this timer for some reason.
Just because Fire Temple is very long, I'm going to tell you that there's a better way. But it's up to you to do the rest.
Oh. You can clear almost every enemy on the bottom floor
That's correct.
via the acute angle jump slash clip into the Flare Dancer area.
Which enemies
that's-
can you not?
The red bubble, that's it.
Cool.
And there is a red bubble maybe in... I'm gonna need 2 keys. I'm gonna need 2 keys for sure. I'm gonna kill one of you later, so I don't need to worry about this. And I guess I'm watching Darunia cutscene because I'm just thinking.
Yeah.
Okay, so I am gonna get this key, and then I'm gonna get the first key on the left, and I think there are red bubbles in the lava room. Am I right about that?
You're right about that.
Okay, so I can do everything with just 2 keys. So I'll get that key, kill a red bubble in there, and then I'll loop back here, clip into the hammer blocks, and kill everything else right there.
Fire Temple works out real nice.
Yes, it does. Listen. Nice movement.
Side hopping over the switch was good.
Gamers, what I ask of you is this. If you've been enjoying the show this evening, there are 2 things you need to do. You need to follow Danny on Twitch, twitch.tv/DannyB. And then you need to follow me on Twitch, twitch.tv/8F. And then, I guess there's actually a third thing. You need to have a good time. You need to have a nice night.
Very important.
Just hang out. Have a nice night.
Yeah, Juke says, those are some dodgy boys. Good luck for the red bubbles.
I have a strat.
Oh, do you? I'm very excited to see this strat. This is
ISG.
This is probably the hardest enemy to kill in the whole game. Let me tell you. This guy right here. Not red bubbles in general, just this guy.
Is this the only red bubble in the room?
I don't know. I mean, you could definitely do it. You could do it. It's just funny how
does he
annoying
duck
it is.
back down when you go near him?
You need to. There's a trigger over by the corner of the block in the lava. There's a trigger that you can. And he'll pop up once every few seconds when you walk by it. You see that?
Yeah. Oh! Almost got him.
Good thing you got the tunic.
Oh, come on. Yeah, if I didn't get the tunic, this would be really bad.
Once Fire Temple was kind of early in my planning because I realized there was only 5 enemies. And as soon as I went to go test killing this guy, this was so funny to me that I knew this had to be the puzzle I settled on.
This is really hard.
I know, it's so stupid.
He almost doesn't want to hit you or be hit. I got him, okay. I think ISG was definitely the play.
Yeah, definitely. You can also just like run right up to his face and do a nice little stab, but it's tricky.
Also, I have glitched gauntlets. That's probably worth mentioning. I RBA'd the pocket cuckoo, so I have glitched strength that acts like golden gauntlets. I'm actually gonna save warp. This is super slow, especially on VC, but I don't know. It just gives me a straight angle easily and nicely for this clip I'm about to do, and I'm just happy about it, so everybody's just gonna deal with it.
It's a good thing Adif didn't use bombs in the red bubble because they will not one-hit kill.
Yeah. Does its health reset when it...
I'm actually not sure. I'm not sure about that.
When it dips down?
Yeah, I don't know if it like hides down there or if it completely respawns while it's down there.
You're lucky I know how to do that trick. Not very many people, I think, know how to do that these days.
Could have explained it to you in words, no problem anyway. What is ISG? It's a good question. Sometimes we take the basics for granted. ISG stands for Infinite Sword Glitch. And did you see Adef's sword was glowing while he was running around in the lava? It's because he did that glitch. It's called Infinite Sword Glitch, which causes your sword to constantly be in the swinging state. So it's just always active. You can think of it like a chainsaw or a razor blade. It's always dealing damage as you run around rather than only when you swing it. Very useful for cheesing fights.
Oh, no. Greedy, he took everything from me.
Yeah, he eats everything at once.
Alright, that's 4 enemies. This actually unequips my tunic for me, which I guess is nice. No, it doesn't matter. Let's put the red one back on, it looks better than green.
What counts as a unique enemy while Adef is fighting the flare dancer? I will read off the notes about enemies. So we're not talking about final dungeon bosses. Keese variants count as 1, so if you kill a Keese and a fire Keese, that's just 1 enemy since it's the same animal. Anything that's just scaled up versions of other enemies doesn't count. So like big and normal Dekubabas, big and normal Skulltulas, those count as just 1. Since the lore of this puzzle is that Adef is an exterminator, enemies that you don't kill don't count. So like scrubs, which just run away from you after they give you a hint. And the last thing is enemies that Navi does not talk to you about don't count. Anything you can't like target and ask for a hint about. So like gold Skulltulas, the floor tiles that were hurling themselves at Adef just a moment ago, or pots that hurl themselves at you. Those things are kind of just like environment factors, not actual enemies.
I know probably nobody's gonna care, but I just skipped a cutscene.
Very nice.
By playing Bolero before the Flare Dancer's animation's all complete, then you don't have to watch the chest appear, which is only good for this one specific thing. And for bingo, for defeat 2 Flare Dancers, I guess.
All right. So
I'm gonna go get Minuet. While I'm
a good
in the
idea.
area.
So we got DC and Water both have 7 unique enemies in them. So we got to decide which one we're gonna do first.
Oh, there were no dungeons with only 6?
There were not. DC and Water both have 7, so you have a choice.
I just got 2 bomb drops from 3 patches of grass.
Very nice.
I only needed 1 to fill, but that's fine.
That's right, unique enemy types, not like enemy instances or individuals.
Oh, it's so good to see a green bomb icon. It just feels right.
It does. Feels safe, low stress.
I know, it's so good. They don't know that I just skipped a cutscene. That is probably one of my new favorite meme formats. Oh, I took damage. Nice. See, this is why you're supposed to roll into ground jumps, I guess.
Or you could just do the crouching version, which is much easier.
Nah.
Nah! I thought that's what the one that you were chastising me for
No.
not doing.
No, crouching's dumb.
It's not
It
dumb.
looks stupid. Link's got short legs.
What? Oh
Oh,
my
I need to
gosh.
take damage. Oh, I have to just guess. Oh, maybe I glitched out for a second somehow. You see the superior version of this? Danny didn't do for some reason.
Because it's faster to do it my way.
Is it really?
Yeah, rolling is faster than doing side hops and stuff. Because you're always moving forward. You're never just moving laterally.
Oh, that is a very easy way that, yeah, absolutely, you are 100%, there's no way you're wrong. Okay, so water and DC are both options.
Yep.
And they both have 7, you said?
Yep.
So basically, you can decide based on: do you want long shot soon? Is there an enemy that's easy to skip in one of, or hard to get in one of the dungeons that would be nice to skip?
DC is gonna be super easy to do 7 in. That's not an issue. Because I have bombs, so I have access to the whole dungeon ostensibly.
True.
Which
So
means
maybe worth-
water is definitely gonna be worse. So I should do that.
Yeah. Let's do water 6 then.
Let's try to do your setup for this clip.
Oh yeah.
Oh, and maybe I'll get a bomb drop. Who knows? I've been getting lucky. Okay, well.
So do you know how to do this setup offhand, or should I explain it?
The only question I would have is the timing for pressing B. But I guess you said it's just right as he drops off, basically.
Yeah, so you want to be holding A and ESS right as you fall. Basically, just never release ESS right.
I did it.
Oh my goodness! Wow. Okay. Cool. There's like some camera manipulation with ESS in there, and I didn't
Oh, I don't
think.
have cover boots. But you know what I do have? Old reliable. Old reliable. Oh, not having hover boots is interesting for water temple skulls. Very interesting, actually. Or water temple enemies. Yeah, water temple now is the right call. What was this? I gotta learn this. This was
Climb the ladder, and
Yeah.
just do a dry roll, and then 3 hard untargeted slash shields. And then you just turn to the side and slide up to the ladder.
disgusting. Oh, I guess you gotta wait.
I think if you hold A, it'll work, but if you wait too long, the breathing animation will make it fail. I think I just held A and it worked. I wasn't really thinking about it.
You're right. Oh, did I do something cool on the the Zora's River thing? Yes. People in chat are saying that is not typically how it's done.
Yeah, when I was saying how like you missed some camera manipulation on the Zora's River escape by just facing the stone, I was very surprised that worked.
Dude, I am so glad I just stole this strat from you.
It's a really nice one, yeah.
That is so good.
Because
Alright,
lining up on that corner is just
it's
not
horrible.
fun. Yeah.
Okay, literally those 3 things I just learned will save over a minute in RDO. In my PB. Excellent. Good. I'm glad we had this moment.
Oh, I don't know. I guess it looks like you're headed for inbounds.
Nope.
but
That's
I aim
my
for-
visual cue.
Interesting. I aim for much further left, and it still works. So I was worried.
Don't be worried, Danny. I practice. Sometimes.
That's good to know that there's a lot of leeway to my right when I do that.
A ton. I use the dark patch in between the 2 white patches.
Huh, I
You
use
just
the
have
white
to
patch
turn
on the
left
left.
a little, so- I used to use that.
All right. So
You know you have to mega side hop over this water.
That's true. Yeah, very important. All casuals
Okay,
need to
kill
know that.
one Tektite, and then I'm gonna... Oh! I can show off the most boomer strat of all time, and everyone's gonna be like, why are you doing this?
I'm excited.
I don't even know what's about to happen.
Stay, stay, stay. Okay.
What in the... Oh. Okay.
I think it's the second frame his shield moves. I haven't done this in a while.
Wait, is this a real thing?
Yes.
My goodness, I've never seen this before in my life.
I have a setup video on my YouTube from like 5 years ago, maybe longer.
I thought you were gonna do... Wow. Wow! That's cool. I had no idea. I thought you were gonna do Tektite push.
Nah. Tektite dive, baby.
Amazing.
A strat no zoomer would ever think to do.
The strat that I would have done there is the ledge clip. Of course, that's the new Water Temple meta.
Oh, I forgot you can just ledge clip to this.
It's okay. You'll have to do it several times.
I forgot that you can literally just ledge clip and then swim to Rudo. It's so easy to... I totally forgot about that. It's like free as hell. Okay, let me think about this.
So we're trying to get to Dark Link for sure, right?
Right.
Because there's like and stuff that way.
This is the map here. So I should play ZL.
Definitely, yes. And in order to get, I don't know, how familiar are you with casual Water Temple route, or at least like glitchless route?
We'll figure it out. We'll see.
Okay.
Oh, how do I get this key without hover boots?
Okay, that I can teach you.
Yeah, please.
Get in the wall that's attached to the hole, and get in the corner next to the brown pillar.
Okay.
The other wall, the wall hole's attached to. Yeah. Turn around, and then do side hop, side roll to the right, and untarget. And then target, and then backflip. You'll be safe if you just backflip here, and then we're gonna do an untargeted side hop to the left. So pause, and then you're gonna release target in pause, and then in the unpause lag, just do left and A. You'll get an untargeted side hop, and you can just target again whenever Link is against the front wall of the hole, or you can pause buffer and just press Z. So it's like a gainer.
So I'm side hopping, and then when Link is in contact with the front of the hole, I should target.
That's right. Side hopping without Z right now.
Right. And do I hold anything after
analog
targeting?
stick will not matter.
Okay.
As soon as you press Z, the outcome is determined.
So I can like target. Now,
I would wait. Fall a little further. You have a good while to do it. Make sure you're like in that corner of the hole.
This will probably work.
That will probably work.
So I just hold Z and nothing else?
Yep.
Sick. Thank you, Danny.
You're welcome. That is quintessential glitchless knowledge.
Well, I'm glad that I have it now, and I'll never use it again.
This key is really useful to get out of order. Really useful.
Yes, it is. It actually can be useful because not having hover boots here is not that uncommon. I can do this.
You can.
I sure can do this.
Bingo rules who?
Bingo rules not me. Introducing the worst enemy. Open wide. Thank you. Okay, that was fine. Okay, that's 2 enemies. That's 2 enemies so far.
Need 4 more.
That was a quip swap, by the way. That allowed me to use child items as adult.
So what's next? We need 4 more enemies.
Here's one.
Lucky boys.
Lucky boys. Hello, boys?
Spiky boys are the worst. I don't understand their behavior. I feel like they only, like, turn into spikes when you don't want them to.
Okay. I know another key I can get.
You have 2. That's all you need to get to Dark Link.
That's true, but will I need a third key? Do I need
So
to
we
go
have
into
3
the boss
enemies.
area? Yeah, I will, yeah.
Will you need to go to the boss area?
Likes, Keese, and Darklink. Nope.
Yeah, you'll be good to go with Dark Link.
Okay, sweet. So I actually don't have to go to Rudo again.
Nope. Yeah, you would only have to go to Rudo again if
I were doing
the stingers in the back.
No, you don't have to, because you can ledge clip, and then or do the hookshot torch clip.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
So actually, you can skip getting the if you don't have Deku sticks here. That's fine. Also, LOL, I literally have to mega flip.
No, you don't. You can do the hookshot to the 3rd floor. If you want to learn this, this is very cool. Jump to the right side of the 2nd floor.
Okay. Oh, and then do I just do like an angled thing like this?
Just get right on the corner and target the wall of the central tower. Right on the corner, and then turn left. Do 90 degrees left. 1 ESS turn to the right after that. Pull. Have the hookshot in hand. And then once the hookshot is in hand, but like not in first-person mode, just in hand, and then side hop right and pull hookshot in the side hop.
For hookshot extension.
Yep, and then just look straight up, and it'll be at the peak. You want to press and hold it. Sorry.
Yeah, I figured that out on accident.
This is also quintessential glitchless. Oh, it should be first-person mode, not third-person. I'm not sure if it'll still work. I think you need the side hop shift. Oh, and when you get up there, mash B, of course. Oh, never mind. You grab the ledge. Very nice. Water Temple is very breakable with just parkour. It's very cool.
That's sick.
So Ardok, he does not have to do the dungeons in casual intended order. It's up to him to choose an order such that it's possible to do the number sequence. Right, so Fire Temple
really
only
want to be
has
able to
5
just-
items. Or 5 enemies, rather, in Fire Temple, so that needed to be second, for example. And then he has some leeway with routing otherwise, based on how many enemies are in each dungeon. So at the beginning, Adef was doing a lot of thinking about how many enemies he could remember in every dungeon, so he could make sure that he could plan a dungeon order that actually works.
How do I do this?
The casual way.
Oh, right.
There is one cool skip you can do after you hookshot this first dragon head.
Just skip the second one. I think I've seen you do it before.
Okay. Yeah, you want to
So
hookshot, get all the way in the corner of the wall, and then hookshot the bottom right corner of the hookshot plate, and then the corner at the edge near the water. Hookshot the all the way on the right side of the hookshot plate. You have to get to the edge near the water to reach.
Oh, okay, sorry.
And then
Will he grab, or will he just fall off if I
you have to mash B. So you want to hookshot all the way at the bottom right corner, and then mash B and hold forward.
I can't believe I'm learning glitchless stuff. This is so dumb.
Dude, glitchless Water Temple is the best. It's so cool. A little higher, maybe. Oh, that should work. Nice. Very nice. So you get to skip a cycle on the crystal that way.
Okay. Cool. Thank you, Danny, for the big glitchless knowledge.
You're welcome.
All right, kill the light light. Kill the light light.
Yes, very important. Will you pick up long shot just for fun? Might as well.
I think it's too sick not to.
Yeah. How often do you get the long shot? Almost never.
You know what else I'm gonna do just for fun?
What are you gonna... This doesn't... What are you gonna do?
Are there not fairies here?
No, it's magic. You're thinking of the ones in front of Morpha.
I sure am. Oh, you know what I am gonna do though is I'm gonna show everybody the ultimate cheese strat. What I'm gonna do.
Ultimate cheese? Oh,
Coolest
okay.
boss in all of Zelda.
You equipped the
by way.
Ocarina, and I was like, what?
You don't know about that cheese? This is the best boss in all of Zelda, IMO. Okay.
Only 3 hearts, very easy.
Yes. It would have been faster to do the backslash method, but who cares? Okay, DC's next, and I have Bolero, so that's easy enough.
Very nice. That's 3 dungeons down.
Having long shot is very epic.
Oh, yeah. You see, in your puzzles, you tell me no items whatsoever, and in my puzzles, I give you the long shot.
I'm sorry, is something the matter?
No. No, of course not.
Of course not.
Well, he doesn't need to get past the Song of Time block because he already killed his 6 enemies. But there is a way. You can actually unload that Song of Time block with a glitch called Entrance Point Glitch.
No, you don't have hover boots, so you can't do EPG.
You definitely can. You can use a bomb to get the recoil you need.
That's right. Yeah, I don't know that method, so I'm glad we didn't decide to do that. But there's an extra key I could have gotten, so it wouldn't have mattered.
Deca Nuts on Dark Link is the intended method. Well, I don't know if there's really an intended way to kill an enemy.
I don't think Deku Nuts is the quote-unquote intended way because the hitbox is so strange.
Yeah, you need to throw it sideways in order for it to work. Like, he needs to be, like, blindsided by the hitbox or something. If it's in his line of sight.
I do not think there is any intent. I think the whole point is to use anything at your disposal, like Din's Fire, Megaton Hammer, I think are the two that
that's a good thing about this game in general, is that combat is very much up to the player. Except in very few instances where enemies, you know, are weak to only like one thing, like Beamos and bombs, for example.
And Volvagia.
Yeah.
Okay, how many enemies? 7?
7. We're full clear in this one.
Okay. I could have doom jumped, I guess, for no reason, but it could have been fun. Alright, count them with me, chat room. I'm gonna need you to count with me here. I think I should enter this room. I think this is where the bigger Dodongos are. No, this is Lizalfos, but I need to do that anyway. Oh no, these are they. Okay.
Yep. These are they.
How do I... That is the technical way to say it.
You're right.
Oh, that kills them. Okay. Oh, that locks that, so I'll just go around. There's a keys in here, I think.
I don't think so. Oh, in the bomb wall, do you mean, or in the Dodongo room?
Yeah, in the bomb wall, I think.
Maybe. There's lots of keys elsewhere, so no reason. Oh, there's actually like an interview where they say how they mean for you to fight him. That's interesting. If they did mean for Deca Nuts to be the strat, then that's weird considering the behavior.
Yeah, I agree.
Adef, do you know the cool way to fight these guys to save a lot of time?
No, I know there is a way, but I don't know how to do it.
So they have 6 health, right? And they run away from you if you do 3 or more, and they switch out to the next guy.
Slash them?
So you just do 2 and then 4, and then you can kill them.
Interesting.
Yeah, so slash and then jump slash.
That's good to know. Here are the Kisos then.
Yep.
Okay, that's 3 enemies. Neither of those Armos are alive, I don't know. Is this one?
I think they're both statues.
Yeah, I think they're both intended for the puzzle. Okay.
4. Only 3 to go. 5. Look at that. Zooming. We're zooming.
We're zooming. Oh, wait, I can knock out the last two right here. I don't even have to go into the compass room. Why did I do that? Because I can do the Armos in the fire key switch room and the Skull Walchula right here.
Yep.
Oh, you know what would have been big brain? Is doing DC before water and then getting the fake bomb bag and RBAing water keys.
Ooh, that is something I didn't consider, but that would have been really cool.
I really kind of wish I did that now.
That would have been really nice to show off.
I don't know why I didn't think of that. That's like a pretty common strat in bingo sometimes, but oh well. So too bad, so sad. You're just gonna have to imagine I did the cool thing.
You know why I didn't think of that? It's because in an earlier iteration, I mentioned to you that I relaxed some of the restrictions on this at some point to make it shorter. The early
RBA?
restriction was no RBA, which is really interesting because you don't have bombs or chews because no bottom of the well. So you had to like get 10 skulls and go buy chews from the carpet guy, and that was just, it was too long.
So DC was 7, right? I'm done, I think.
Yep.
There. So Jabu is next.
Jabu is next with 8, and then we have a little planning to do because we know the forest has 14, spirit has at least 11, and shadow has at least 9.
I just played like every warp song. I didn't know which one I wanted, but Serenade's the one I wanted.
Yeah, so we're leaving off Gold Skulltulas under the rule of if you can't talk to Navi about them, then they are not considered enemies. They don't attack you; they just exist, and you can't talk to Navi about them. In the same way, you can't talk to Navi about like flying pots and floor tiles. So we're leaving those out.
I hate mega flipping with bombs. I don't know. I'm really bad at it. Okay, I can't mega side hop either. This is interesting.
Only 34 more tries to go, either.
Evidently.
All right, Jabu time. Hey, Adif.
Well,
How you getting into Jabu, buddy?
I have no idea.
Okay, so this is the hardest part of the puzzle, and I'm kind of forcing you into one hard strat. This is the only execution thing you're gonna have to deal with. I'm gonna give you the video. Okay? It is entering Jabu without explosives, using the Tektite. And now I will tell you that I thought this strat was horrible because I'd only seen it done, but I learned it, and it's really not that bad. So I'm gonna give you this one. I'm gonna DM it to you. There's
Danny,
the
you should
video.
know something about me.
What's that?
Very bad at inter-Jabu strats.
Okay, this one's not too bad. And you have infinite tries at it because it doesn't use any explosives.
Is that gonna work? Nope. I went too early. 1 frame too early, actually. Dude, oh my god. I'm either going way early or way too late.
I usually like to look for like 3 fast flashes. It usually works pretty well.
I did the exact same 1 frame early again. My strat has always been to do 2 slow shield flicks. But that's not working. As you can see. No, unbelievable. Alright, well, let's get some bombs.
We got some grass to cut.
Oh, this is embarrassing.
Eileen,
To be fair, I haven't
lawnmower.
done this ground clip in a while. If I don't get a bomb drop, I swear to God. I don't need it, but, you know, obviously it's nice. Oh, nice bomb. Okay.
doing
not
good.
Looking forward
We're making
to
progress.
Dragon.
It's not going to be that bad, I promise. And it's really cool. I'm excited for you to show it off for everybody.
Oh, this might work. No. What is going on, dude? What is happening? I promise this trick is really not that hard. Oh my god. You know what? Okay, hello? I swear I played Minuet. I'm getting tilted. Okay. I'm tilted, dude. I'm tilted.
No. Don't be tilted going into the Tektite strat. We gotta take some deep breaths.
Oh, it's a Neko strat? Alright, I'm not stressed anymore. It's gonna be free.
It's perfectly fine.
He's a legend. And whenever you see a setup video that's less than a minute long, that means it's gonna be okay.
Yeah.
You know what I can do?
What can you do?
It doesn't reach? I'm so disappointed. I really wanted to kill him with the long shot. I can do this, though.
Imagine trying to do this puzzle on a randomizer. That's the problem with randomizers, is that you can't really plan for them. They're bad. I wasn't gonna go that far.
They're bad and you should feel bad. I'll save in Ice Cavern. Is it okay if I go in there?
Yes. Go ahead and save an Ice Cavern. That's fine.
I feel like that's...
Yeah, the point of the restriction is so you can't get Iron Boots, but it's fine.
Right, I'm not gonna get Iron Boots.
Yeah, or Blue Fire. But yeah, just saving in there so that you can have as many tries. Well, I mean, it doesn't really matter because you can't mess up like you did. The strat doesn't use any explosives.
But you might kill the Tektite.
In which case, you just enter like Pharaoh's Moon or something.
Zora's, yeah. Okay.
Or Zora's Domain, yeah.
Okay, so I now see that this targeting strat does not work. I get it.
Yeah, so you want to hold ESS right the whole time and just do it with the camera facing sideways. And then, after you jump slash, release ESS.
Oh. And you need ESS right to grab the ledge. Got it.
Yeah, exactly.
Alright, well, I can show you old reliable. Okay, or you can grab the ledge, Link, and climb up. That's fine, too.
The breathing one, right?
Yeah. I'll do for Danny. I'll do the,
Yes.
Actually, I don't think I've ever done this with a bomb.
Yeah, with a bomb, it's actually really annoying. I wouldn't recommend it. You got CL.
Well,
Just...
I've been challenged. Challenger approach. The whole thing. Okay, and we're not gonna do it. Okay.
It's like an extremely stressful trick with a bomb. It's like really annoying because the chew automatically explodes in the ISG. It makes it super nice.
Right. Okay, so you bring the Tektite over, get ISG.
I will help coach you through this thing.
Oh, cool. Are you hover and then mega side hop off of it?
Yeah, so you side hop down and you get the first hover, and then you need an adjustment hover to get a little higher, and then you mega side hop.
How early in the iframes?
What do you mean iframes?
Like when you how do I say this? Maybe it's only with Skulltulas, but when you're hovering off of enemies, you have to like wait.
It's more about the jump cycle than anything.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'll let you know the frames. I've got a paste bin of all the frames, and I'm going to watch you and tell you exactly which ones to go for.
Okay, so the first thing is I go over and
we're just luring the Tektite.
Call me Twilight Princess, because this run is all about just luring enemies to do tricks. Come here, big guy. We'll call him Carl.
Carl, okay. Carl the Tektite. Carl the blue Tektite.
Every time we do a trick on my stream that has to do with luring a really annoying enemy, we give them a name to humanize them so that I don't hate them.
Oh, that's a really good idea.
So like the Morths in Wind Waker that you have to maneuver to do the hookshot skip at the end, that's horrible. Those are Steve.
Okay.
The Twilight Princess Moblin that you use to do sword and shield skip was named many years ago. That's Hugo. I didn't name that. The fish that you use to do wrong warps in this game that sometimes trolls you, his name is Paul.
Okay. These are good names.
Come here, big guy. Come on, Carl. Which ones are Karens? I don't know. Pick your least favorite enemy.
For Karen. All right.
I do have an emote for Steve.
So
okay, so I lure him here.
Yep, he's in this place he needs to be.
And he can't jump up onto the iceberg?
He cannot. He's stuck there, so it's super nice. You can't mess this part up. The only thing you can mess up is the hover. There is a lot of lag here. Only at night, I realized. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, I got ISG.
Okay, so now it's time for the position setup you saw at the beginning.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch the video. Okay, so you get on the wall. Get true angle. Why did he seat up?
Just to prevent targeting the Tektite when he presses Z. If you're far enough away, you don't have to do that.
Side hop, side roll, retarget, backflip, roll, retarget. Get into the corner. Oh, no, I do that. Side hops there. Get in the corner, 1, 2. 2 side hops, climb up, dry roll.
Then you do side hop, left side roll. And then from the side roll, then it's time to focus. And I can tell you exactly what you need to do. So go ahead and do the side roll first.
Okay, well, I did the side hop on accident. I didn't know I was extra. Okay, get rid of ISG and
oh god, the Tektite got up somehow. I lied.
Carl is a mischievous boy. And he's gonna do what he wants to do. And really, can you blame him?
So I guess he'll only climb up if you go too far to the right, it seems.
Camera under here is always fun. Okay, well this is good. We get some practice with the setup. Sorry, gamers. This might take a bit. This trick looks quite difficult.
Yeah, this is something that I was debating whether to include it, and I decided that 8F is cool enough to attempt it.
I'm cool in it. Well, now I can't not go for it.
Of course.
Okay, so side hop, retarget.
And also, when he gets it, I need everybody to just give all of the Pog emotes that they have.
Is it side hop left retarget?
Yeah, I think it was side hop left and then backflip side roll. Left side roll and then backflip side roll.
And then get in the corner.
Yep. 2 side hops right, climb.
Sorry, that was really loud.
What the?
I don't know what just happened. I have absolutely no idea.
What the heck?
I've never seen that in my whole entire life playing OT. I've never seen that.
Link has a mind of his own a little bit.
Link just did a forward back. He did a gainer on his own.
You got a twisted flip. That's what that was. Like one of those ESS twisted flips. Somehow.
Oh yeah, I guess that must have been it. That was fun.
So the point of bringing this enemy here, right? So the Jabu Jabu is noticeably absent. However, The loading zone to get in the loading zone to get in the dungeon is still here under the ice. The ice is just the devs saying we're hiding the loading zone from you. It is possible to clip into the ice, but you need speed. So we're going to use the enemy in that little corner to get us the speed that we need to clip into the ice and enter the dungeon. So now you just press A for the side roll, and then we can wait.
Looks like I'm gonna wait.
Yeah. You want to wait until just after he jumps so that you can safely roll. And then
I want to wait until he's on the ground, and then I hold shield for him to bump twice.
You're going to roll, and then he's going to bump twice. So you can roll right now while holding shield, because he's already on his way down, so that's safe. And then so once he bumps twice, then go to the next step.
Okay, he bumped twice.
Okay, so now you're going to pause buffer until like he's going to charge up a jump, and on the very first frame that he starts to lower himself for the jump, that's the frame that we're going to side hop to the right. And you just keep holding Z and R, and you'll get the hover down in the bottom that you need. It'll noticeably lower himself in preparation for the jump.
That looked like it.
I think so. It's hard.
I'm gonna try it.
Yeah, let's try it.
Nope.
Okay, yeah, that was too early. It'll be really obvious when it works.
Okay. Is it a 1-frame window?
This is the only 1-frame window in the trick.
Okay.
Then there's 2 other things that are 4 and 3 frames respectively, I think. So not that bad at all.
Learning a trick on stream is stressful, especially when there's 2,200 people.
That's okay. This is exactly the trick that's worth learning on stream, because we got 2 things. We got a Neko video. We
do have a Neko video.
We got me, and we have the hype of doing one of the coolest strats in the game, I think. Because entering Jabu as adult was always this thing that was so hard, and it like took some really clever ingenuity, and this is just like the epitome of it, because you literally don't have any items.
I think I was 1 frame late. Oh no, I got it.
Okay, awesome. So now, wait until he does a jump that doesn't hit your shield. I think it'll be 2 jumps from now, and then pause after that.
Pause after that.
Yeah, after when he lands and noticeably doesn't hit your shield, then pause.
Lands and doesn't hit my shield.
Yeah, he'll cycle back and forth, so you can just wait until the next one.
Okay.
Okay, cool. Now wait until the 2nd frame that he jumps. That'll be really obvious. The 1st frame that he jumps, go 1 more. And you have like a 4-frame window or something, so if you miss by 1, it's okay.
Turns, the jump is coming. Prep. Oh my god. He's really winding up.
Yeah, he like scrunches way down there.
Okay. He has jumped for the 1st frame.
Okay, go one more at least. If you miss by 1 frame, it's okay. And then just side hop right while continuing to hold shield, and you'll get a little bit extra height on your hover.
Okay.
Cool. Now you're going to wait until he doesn't hit your shield again, same as before. So give him a couple jumps, wait till he doesn't hit your shield, and then pause.
Okay.
Okay. So he just turned to look at you on the frame that you paused, which is good. So what you're gonna do is buffer 1 more frame. Just 1 more. Okay, and now all you have to do is roll, and then pause buffer until you see the tip of Link's head.
In the roll?
Yeah,
or
like
in the back?
so it'll be the mega side hop frame. So like towards the end of the roll, you'll see Link's head peeking up from the bottom.
Okay. There we go. I think that's it.
Let me catch up a little bit. Okay, I think that's it. So now what you want to do is just keep holding Z and R and side hop in what direction? Left.
Left?
Yes.
It did not work, but that's fine. I can wait. I must have put the A input too early in unpause lag.
Okay. Yeah, we can just try this again. Wait until he doesn't hit your shield.
The So what frame am I waiting for to roll?
So you're waiting for him to turn to look at you, which will be obvious. And then go one more frame after that.
Okay. Roll.
Yep.
Right?
Roll, and then on the frame you can see Link's head peeking up. That's when you side hop left.
So that's his head right there, that red texture that just appeared?
I would keep going, actually. I think that's too early in the roll.
I think that's his foot. I think you're right.
Yeah, the fact that it ducked back down again is proof enough.
That would explain why I didn't get a side hop.
Yep.
That's it, I think.
That is definitely the one. Side hop left, and...
I'm in, baby!
Dude, amazing. I'm so happy we did this. Thank you for being a good sport about that one.
Danny, you're an excellent teacher. Now let's kill some fucking enemies. My one F of the show.
Very well done. I need lots of pogs for my boy 8F on that one, please.
Dumb, dude. All right, sick. That was sick, Danny. Nice teaching. Danny also taught me OT any percent in like an hour, so very good gamer. Okay, we got the Beery, the Octorok, and the Shabam so far. That's 3. Can I kill this big Beery, the berry, with my hookshot? Or do I have to use Boomerang?
I think you can just do it with your sword.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Whew. Okay. That was stressful.
It was stressful, but you did it like first try, basically.
Well, it's really not that... See, here's the thing about OOT, right? You can trivialize kind of any trick so long as you have 2 things. First thing you need is cursory knowledge of Link. And the second... And pause buffering. And the second thing you need is just the patience to pause buffer every frame.
Yeah, basically.
And then you can't fail, like, anything, pretty much. Except for stuff you can't pause.
And and somebody else already did the legwork of documenting all of the frame data. Let me send you guys. I can't send the link, but I'm looking at a paste bin right here. It's like 50 lines of all of.
Oh, you didn't. I thought it was you.
No. The paste bin was written by the original discoverer of the strat, whose name is Dungeon Fire. And Back in Echo just sort of iterated on it and made the initial position setup a little better, but the actual hovering on the Octorok was all this one person. And they wrote a very long paste bin showing like every single frame that works for everything, and what to do in every situation if you miss by 1 or something like that. So I was blessed with the knowledge of the ancients here.
That's really cool. Yeah, it's interesting because typically enter Jabu with like hover boots and bombs is super easy. It couldn't be easier.
Yeah, it's always really cool.
Song.
What song?
That's my favorite song. Just pressing C up while holding Rudo.
It's always really cool to see the stuff that you can still do even with just ridiculous restrictions. Like, can you enter Jabu as adult with just your sword and shield? And yes, you sure as heck can.
I guess so. I would kill these guys.
You can throw Rudo at one. They are weirdly resistant to physical damage.
Well,
except for Rudo's butt. They are not resistant to that.
Okay, sure enough. Oh, I don't have to hover the big Octo. That's nice.
Yeah. You could, but you could also just kill all 3 tentacles. I saw the do I equip on C down or not question mark in your head.
Oh, I wanted Vibruto. Oh, I should have set that up.
It's good that you didn't get Vibruto because you need her for the blue switch.
I do need her. That's right. Alright, so I cannot typically use Boomerang as adult, but just like before with Deku 6, I can equip swap the Boomerang onto my C button. So that's good.
Fun fact, you know, that switch is obviously meant to make you feel like you need the extra weight of Rudo to weigh it down.
You can use a box, can't you?
You cannot. That switch specifically checks that Link is holding Rudo and nothing else.
Fascinating.
It is one of the hardest things to break in the whole game. In order to do Jabu Jabu and get the boomerang, you have to do the whole Rudo quest. And you'd think that, like, in the year 2021, when we can credits warp inside of the initial area of the game, the tutorial, basically, we still cannot break Jabu Jabu. It is just impenetrable. Whoever coded this dungeon was a master, and we have not been able to get around that side quest. You know, there are some crazy things you can do, like setting up very elaborate wrong warps to just fall directly into the boomerang room without ever having entered the dungeon.
Compass, so I can skip that.
You can skip that one. The next one you want to do is over the fork near the boomerang room.
Right, that's what I thought. It's over. I rarely go this far.
Yeah.
I just don't really want to. I mean, the wall hover really is not bad, but I have this, so I'm gonna do it.
Yeah, easy. After the Tektite hover, take a breather.
Yeah, exactly. It really wasn't that bad, and I am really glad that you included it, actually, because it gave us an interesting opportunity to do something that I feel like people never see, especially on the GDQ stream.
That's what I was thinking
learning. Too. Like, you never see somebody learn how to do a complex trick that already knows how to play the game.
Yeah, most of speedrunning is, you know, most people they watch the final product on YouTube, and the final product is, you know, a few minutes, a few hours of just the end of a very long grind, only some of which was even on stream in the first place, because, you know, all the best speedrunners have spent hundreds of hours grinding, but oftentimes thousands of hours practicing. And the learning is really the meat of it. And that's the part that's usually invisible.
Let's bring this up royally. Does that even reveal a chest?
It does not, no. The only point of that one is to open the way.
Just like before, I think the last time I killed that specific tentacle was probably 14 years ago. I don't think you actually have to kill that one. I'm pretty sure this tentacle disappears from the previous one, but whatever.
No, it doesn't. The third one is the green one. That's like the only way to get to Big Octo casually is to kill the third one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, killing the first one unlocks the second one. Killing the second one unlocks the third one. Killing the third one unlocks Big Octo.
Is Big Octo my last enemy in here?
I believe so.
We did Octorok, Barry, the
Electabuzz?
We did the tentacles, we did the shabombs, we did the stingers, and this will be a Big Octo.
Yep, that's 8.
Whew, gamers. If you like OOT speedrunning, like Danny and I are like 2 people that stream OOT all the time. So I implore you, if a moderator would be willing to post our links in the chat, I think you would really enjoy, if you like this, watching our content. Who knows, maybe we'll do more puzzle stuff in the future.
Yeah, this was a lot of fun. You know, I have something to talk to you about afterwards, maybe.
Oh, interesting. I have a feeling you might be thinking the same thing. Oh, I have not fought Big Octo in so long.
Let me give you a... Oh, you're gonna do it anyway. Okay, it's actually much easier as adult because your movement speed is higher, so you can just catch up.
I did.
Yeah. There's a cool strat you can do where you just like roll into him, and he immediately turns around and exposes his booty, so you can just hit him right there.
So we gotta pick between Spirit and Shadow, I think. I think Shadow is next, probably.
Shadow would be nice because you get hover boots. You managed to think of 9 in Shadow, and I told you that I told you that there was at least one more. So Shadow does seem like it has the fewest enemies out of the remaining 3.
Okay, sweet. Ooh, I can show them a different Shadow entrance. than the one you did.
Yeah, yeah.
I can show the ledge clip.
Do I have an estimate for this puzzle? All the hard stuff is out of the way, to be honest. I'd say probably around 30 more minutes. If you're cool with that, Adif, 30 more minutes.
Yeah, no, it's all good.
Cool. All we've got left to do is Shadow, Spirit, and Forest in some order. So Adef is climbing this seam right now with ISG.
I do not have ISG.
Oh, you don't have ISG? Okay, my bad. So seams are like junctures between two walls, and for some reason, in some cases, neither of the two walls can detect you because you're not like flush against either of them. And so because walls also are standable generally, you can stand on walls, you can just climb up the juncture between them. The next thing Adif is doing is a ledge clip to get inside this corner.
What are you doing, Link? What are you doing? What are you doing? Okay, I unbuffered it the second time. Good. Alright, we're in. That's another breathing cycle specific.
Why is the Zora Sapphire still in the Big Octo room? It's just always there. It's not a glitch, no. The game does not care about story progress, right? That is just a texture in a room, right? We have also never beaten Jabu Jabu, if that was your question, because you can skip past the Door of Time without doing any of the child dungeons, which is why Adef was adult in Jabu to begin with, because he had never been there before as Child Link.
That's unfortunate. Ooh, save.
Wow, very nice.
Okay, that's one enemy.
But even if we had cleared Jabu Jabu and collected the spiritual stone, that would still be in the room if you didn't go in that room in the first place.
The compass room is a redead and two. I'll do that. Or the map room, pardon me.
Yep.
Really? Okay, that's 3 enemies. Finally have hover boots.
Took a while.
It did. We kind of had the same idea there.
Yeah, definitely.
Like, restricting hover boots is pretty common in puzzles, I think. Because it's so game breaking.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, there are many ways to enter Shadow Temple. Let's see, how many ways can we think of to enter Shadow Temple? There's the hookshot jump. There's the super slide teleport. There's just hovering up there.
There's the bomb push clip over the loading. There's like the bomb push over the loading trigger.
Yep. There's fire arrows cheesing the puzzle.
Inspire, the classic, the actual intended solution.
Yep. There's the ledge clip that you just did. That's 7.
There's
and then
the really niche Roar's Wind Wrong Warp with 3 torches.
True. And then there's just going up and down the stairs to dupe the lightning in order to get.
How do you kill this?
Second bomb. While it's stunned.
I've never killed them, nor have I ever even noticed they were bigger.
Yep, they're much bigger.
So that they are. Yes, now that I have seen it, they definitely are. Okay, that's 4. This is 5.
So, as I was making this puzzle, I managed to successfully think of every, or almost every enemy in the game. except for one in this dungeon, and it's the one that you're missing also. You said this dungeon has 9, and I said you're missing at least 1. I'll tell you, you're missing exactly 1, and it's the one that I didn't think of either.
Where is it?
You will encounter it. In fact, you almost always encounter it, but it is probably
the Stalfos?
Nope. It is the most forgettable enemy probably in the whole game. I was very surprised to remember that it's there.
I am incredibly excited.
As soon as you see it, you're gonna be like, "Oh, of course."
I'm actually like legitimately pumped. Should I should come back. You always do boat last. Pretty classic. I don't know how many enemies am I at?
5? Let's see. You had Gibdo, Keese, Redead, Beamos, and Dead Hand. 5, yeah?
There's 6. And a heart drop, maybe? Okay. Pretty likely with low health to get one from these guys. I'm gonna get hit. 100%. Oh, I didn't get hit. 99%.
So we're at 6 enemies right now. That Navi text is important.
Oh. No way, dude.
The bubble! The bubble is the one! There's just a random red bubble in Shadow Temple.
Is he killable?
I guess so, but you'd have to be very quick about it.
I always see him.
Exactly. You literally never go through Shadow Temple without seeing him.
Yep, but I've never even thought of him being a thing. Long shot, OP, okay. Okay, did I kill the Stalfos?
You did kill the Stalfos. What is that, 8?
That's 8.
We need 1 more.
Ballmaster?
Yeah.
Which means I do not need a key. I can just go to the boat.
Well, where's the Wallmaster?
It's in the you take the boat across and then it's
that is the Floor Master.
I'm at 8 and I need 9, right? So there's 10 enemies.
There are 10 enemies. There's a Wallmaster and a Floor Master.
I thought you said there were... Oh, okay. All right, well, where's the other one?
The Wallmaster, you were notified by Navi.
Oh, is he in here?
Yeah.
Eat it. Take ISG, friend.
So you have the long shot. Do you know about the secret hookshot plate in this room?
No. Is he not right here?
I think he's only near the top of the room, which is good because there's a secret hookshot plate. Head down to the lower guillotine. Yeah, that little jut out right there on the lower left. We're gonna teach everybody about the secret hookshot plate to get back up.
I don't know about this.
Head down to that guillotine, my bad, and look up to the right.
What?
Secret hookshot plate.
Oh, I just was confident I would fall. He might only be at the top then. Like
Yeah,
the very top.
I think so.
Thank God there is collision before the saw block.
Yeah. There he is.
Hello? Okay. And he fell down as well, but he's dead.
He's dead.
Okay, that's Shadow, which means Spirit or Forest next. And Spirit has more than 14?
Forest has 14 and Spirit has more than 12, which is what we said. since 4 of Forest Temple's 14 are pose, probably Forest Temples, so we don't have to kill too many pose.
I'd rather not go all the way to Amy. That's a good point. Or Meg, pardon me. Amy's the green color.
Yeah, Meg is the purple one.
Duh, purple. Oh, I can hookshot from here.
Wait, you can hookshot to enter this dungeon? I thought you had to do 11 side flip hovers.
Apparently, I don't know. Oh, and I can do this. Dude, Longshot breaks this dungeon wide open. Okay, or does it? Still needs to kill the wolf first, though. I don't think I need to go into the basement.
I think the only thing down there is a Skulltula and a gold Skulltula.
Yeah, I think that's it. Okay, so I've got 2 enemies. Let's take a heart.
AF, how was your birthday?
How was my birthday? My birthday was good. Thanks for asking. It was good.
You do anything interesting that you feel comfortable telling a couple thousand people about?
Oh, I'm comfortable telling a couple thousand people anything. What did I do? I hung out with my mom. She lives not too far from me.
Nice.
And she and I went to the beach, which was very fun. What else did we do? We had a very casual day. We took a little boat ride. Some friends of ours rented a small little boat that we could tootle around in, which was fun. And then I saw Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings, which was awesome.
I also saw that movie over the past weekend. It was really good.
It was really good.
I saw an article, because I had watched a bunch of Kim's Convenience before, which is the only thing I knew Simu Liu from, the main character.
He was in stock photos before that, apparently.
Yes, that's what I was just about to talk about. I saw an article come up, and he's just in like a bunch of diversity stock photos, and it's really funny.
The business ones, they're really funny.
Like pointing at laptop screens with like a bunch of people in suits.
And very fit. He's very fit.
Yes, I'm very jealous of him.
Okay, so that's Stalfos, Skulltula, Wolfos, Bubble is 4.
Yep.
Let me get a couple more here.
Estimate 2:30 probably won't take until 2:30. I think we're in the final 15-20 minutes here.
I hate this. Frick. And Big Baba does not differentiate from Small Baba?
That's right.
Oh, there are 2 different kinds of bubbles here. That's right.
Yeah, there's the green ones in the second twisted hallway.
Mm-hmm. Nice.
Killing it. We're remembering all the enemies. This is good. Forest
What's
is.
going on?
That was weird. He was stuck there for a good while. Why is he still green?
I don't know. I've never seen that interaction.
You know what I think it was? Maybe. I think because he like floated on top of the ledge, he never got to land properly because he was already on the ground.
So he never reset his state.
Yeah, that's interesting. I've never seen that before.
That's like the second thing we've never seen before.
That's a really good thing that puzzles do, is they expose you to lots of unique and interesting situations that you'd never find yourself in otherwise.
It's true.
Good way to just discover information about the game.
Okay, this one's still blue. I have to go up. So how many have I killed?
Let's see. We had Stalfos, Wolfos, Blue Bubble, and Skulltula. Then you had the 3 in the courtyard room, that's 7. And you had the Floor Master, that's 8. So we need 2 more.
Alright, I'll kill one Poe probably. Oh no, I can kill the Floor Master or whatever the... Yeah, no, the Wall Master. I'll kill the Wall Master and the Green Bubbles.
Yeah, Green Bubbles is gonna come after the bow, at least, right?
Is
so,
it?
Yeah, because they were in the second Twisted Hallway, not the first one.
Oh, I thought they were in the first one.
So, you have your choice of either a Poe or a Bubble. I think the Poes come first, but they take longer to fight.
I need the bow for either.
Yeah.
Maybe getting ice arrows and doing spirit first would have been smart. Because I have a fake quiver anyway.
No mini dungeons, though.
Oh, I can't go in GTG?
No mini dungeons.
What, Danny? I'm so sad.
No mini dungeons was a good thing to include here because it forced you to do no iron boots for. Oh yeah, going airborne makes them go away.
I didn't know that.
A lot of things make them go away. Airborne, see up, just side
See
hopping.
up, really?
Yep.
No, come on, man.
Zoop.
Blump. Okay. Wow. He drops 30 rupees.
It's random actually. So they can do 3 blues. They can do 3 blues and a red, or they can do 3 reds, I think.
Huh.
And drop 60 rupees. Same with Anubis and same with Dark Link, I want to say.
Can we respect for a second that... What's going on?
I was just saying it's not fair that he could just walk on nothing.
Yeah. He is undead, though, so I don't know, maybe that affords him special properties.
True.
We never appreciated Carl's contribution to that trick.
Dude, Carl was a champ. He did exactly what we expected him to, down to the frame. Imagine being that good, you can just control all of your movements perfectly down to the frame.
Oh, that was quite the jump. That was quite the jump.
Whoa!
Lag. We're seeing enemy behavior.
God! Dude, slideshow, holy moly.
That was like 2 frames a second.
It really was. That's not an exaggeration.
Oh, you want to know a cool after effect of me RBing Kajiro? I'm gonna have 1 arrow.
1 arrow, that's right.
And the chest opens quickly, which is faster. I believe the arrow drops are in...
The blue Poe room.
The blue one, which is this one.
Yeah.
That's what I thought. Now I don't have 1 arrow. I should have shown you guys before I got the drops, but oh well.
Adif was definitely a liar. He never had 1 arrow.
Oh my god. I can't believe Danny's calling me out. Ready for this 360 no-scope? Got him.
Wow. Dude, unreal. That was...
I'm a legend.
Oh, you just gonna keep doing the hook shot? That's so funny. I love this strat.
It's my favorite.
That's 10. Forest is done.
Oh, that is 10. Okay, spirit time. I don't have Requiem, but that's okay. I have Serenade, which is just slightly faster than going from the Temple of Time.
Yeah, only 20 arrows. So Adef did a glitch earlier called RBA in order to give himself a bomb bag when he didn't have one before. The side effect, though, is that bomb bag and quiver are stored right next to each other in memory, and modifying his bomb bag had a side effect of also writing some values to his quiver, and it gave him a quiver value that is not normal. So the normal quiver sizes are 30, 40, and 50, and they're represented by the numbers 1, 2, and 3. But they give 3 bits if you know some computer science, they give you 3 bits to represent the quiver size, which allows for 8 different quivers. But only 3 of them are used. So he wrote a glitched value to his quiver, and one of the glitched quivers, just because of like indexing out of bounds in tables and stuff like that to figure out the size, is a 20 quiver. So he has a glitched quiver that only holds 20 arrows, less than any of the normal ones.
You can also have a glitched bomb bag amount.
Yep.
Danny's not the only one who can Hess.
Look at this guy.
Did I do a roll setup instead of backwalking? Maybe. Am I pause buffering to change my angle? Yes, I'm not used to my ESS adapter yet. Thank you so much for asking.
No, it's
just angle changed without pausing. This is
oh my god.
Dimension. This is a new dimension of Ada. We're in unprecedented territory. I also am about to do a beautiful, wonderful thing that Danny probably wishes he could have done.
Oh, you don't have to mega flip onto a microscopic
I don't
pillar?
have to do anything. I have the long shot. It's free.
True. The quiver is 3 bits. Dr. Pooh. Not 4. Only 8 possible values.
Little super slide. Should I show them a different Gerudo gate skip since you showed the bomb push clip?
Yeah, might as well. You got the stuff to do it.
Dude. I could show them the ultra rare.
The ultra rare.
I don't remember how to do it properly from the top. I was gonna show them unloading Gerudo Fortress, but I do not remember. Oh, you know what you can do? Wait, I can show a version that you never see. I can show something that, like, guaranteed almost nobody has seen. I bet.
Tried to play this on your modern TV, but it just looks too blurry. If you have it on the Wii or any other more modern console than N64, it will look better. N64 is 240p, but the Wii does 480, so... What in the heck is ADEF doing? Oh my goodness, really?
I don't know
never
if
even
this setup
considered
works.
this.
I don't think this bonk setup works because I'm on a slope.
Try releasing Z and holding ESS up and retargeting before you do the roll. You might have a left side roll.
Like that?
Yeah, just like do a tap forward and then press Z again, and then bonk. That'll align you to the camera and guarantee you a right side roll. Might make it easier.
Oh, sick, Danny. God, you're a god of gaming. Boom. I guarantee nobody's seen that.
Very nice. The long shot coming in handy with the ultra rare strats.
You can only do that with the long shot. I literally don't remember the last time I did that.
I don't think I've ever seen anyone do that, because who the heck has the long shot?
I think somebody in a team bingo race in 2013 told me that was possible. I'm gonna say it was Sen. That's my inclination, but I don't think he's been around in quite some time. The patented ADEF Wasteland strat is coming in, dude.
Oh my
Let's
goodness.
go. Okay, gamers, everybody that is in the chat room, I need you, if you don't play Ocarina of Time or you want to play Ocarina of Time, this is for you, okay? This is the beautiful, unfailable ADEF Wasteland setup, okay? Here's what you're gonna do. You see that weird texture that looks like a greater than symbol almost, this like dark one? I'm getting right in the middle of it, okay? Then I'm gonna turn right, and I'm just gonna side hop around a little bit so I'm not sinking. 10 backflips, ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Side roll retarget. Turn around. 19 right side hops. Side roll retarget, then turn around and just back walk for a while. Past the second group of levers, turn around a little bit, get past this divot in the ground on the right, and just walk to victory.
Pelvic thrust! Woo! Then you do this.
Then you spin around.
Double take 3 times!
That's like every OOT setup though.
We have made it to the final dungeon. Chat, how you feeling? How have the puzzles been? Get to see a different aspect of OOT.
Oh my god, really? Alright, I'm back walking. Okay, how many? 11?
11 is what we need, yes.
Ooh, nice. I don't think there are any unique enemies on the child side.
There are, in fact.
Really?
Yes.
Okay, well, I can show this then.
Running backwards is fast. I can give you the whole lowdown, but running backwards is 50% faster than running forwards. And rolling has a top speed that is the same as walking backwards, but rolling fluctuates between its top speed and a low speed in between each roll. So walking backwards is faster on average, as long as you're going a long enough distance to justify the time it takes to turn around.
Oh, I get to do this as well. This is something you never see. For the Wall Master.
Yep. Very nice. What was mine? So 8F made me a puzzle that required me to collect 1 Skulltula from each of the 8 main dungeons and Bottom of the Well and Ice Cavern for a total of 10. While not
there's
being...
a Stalfos.
Yeah, there is a Stalfos.
How do I knock down this bridge? Is it the silver rupees?
You can just long shot the torches, right? Weird shot, if you need to. And in collecting those 10
you know what I can
Skulltulas...
do? You know what I can do?
What?
I want to show this. I know that it's taking longer to show cool stuff, but I want to show cool stuff.
Oh, yes, definitely.
Okay, let's find a wall.
Right now, 8F is in the unloaded version of the big statue room, like the main Colossus
really
room. Nice job.
That's fun. I've never done that before.
So yeah, 8F's puzzle for me was 10 Skulltulas, 1 from each dungeon.
Bubble.
And then I was not allowed to use the hover boots, the hook shot, or the boomerang, or trade items, which would have been very useful for glitching.
I'll just do this.
Bow, maybe? Wow, got him.
Okay, I think that's it for the child side. Unique.
Yeah. There's the Anubis in the next room, but
Yeah, but
I guess you don't need it.
He's also.
Yeah, you could do him elsewhere.
And I'm going that way anyway, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
You might not need Anubis at all. Spirit, since we're already here and we're coming up in the end, Spirit has many, many enemies. The most of any, 15.
Wow. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 so far. I have Armos, Keys, Dalphos,
Green Bubble, and Wallmaster.
Green Bubble, and that. So we got 5.
5.
And I RBH
6
strength
more
for this. I could have done any manner. There are like so many ways to skip this with hover boots and without, but I RBH strength literally for this. So, yay.
That's right, Gala. Yeah, the enemies only need to be unique within the dungeon. There would not be enough unique enemies to do it the other way in the whole game.
That's 6. Check for the bomb drop. We got one. We won't need it, but you know, you never know. And the Wolfos is 7. Let him hit you by turning around with your shield. That's 7.
Hey, Def, how you feeling about this puzzle?
It's great. Big fan. This is my second time going into every dungeon today. So I did RDO attempts before this.
A lot of dungeon content. I'm glad because dungeon content's really good for stream. So I'm glad we both had the same idea to give the GDQ audience a lot of.
What if I just was like recite the bit strings for the Master Sword or something?
Yeah, that would be a good
like
puzzle.
That
Everyone would love it.
Yeah. All right, that's 8 with the like. Oh, I have long shot, dude. Let's go. Literally freest thing I've ever done. Oh, this guy is super dumb to kill without Mask or Lens of Truth.
Did you know that these little guys can be killed infinitely, over and over again?
You just let them grow.
No. I mean, like, right now, if you were to slash this guy, and then slash him again as he's dying, he just keeps dying over and over again, and he drops magic, if you had magic, every single time. So you can just get, like, tons and tons and tons of magic from him. If you time it perfectly. Because, like, as he's shrinking and shriveling away, you can keep re-killing him. And it just, like, interrupts him.
Right?
That is 9, yes. So we need 2 more, and that's it.
2 more. I can do the Lizalfos and the Walchulas. Done.
Done. We're coming up on time.
Well, do we want to do Ganon's Castle?
If we got time to do Ganon's Castle, then we could definitely do it.
Heck, what do you think? Let's get Ray, if you want to pop in my ear real quick and tell me what you think. Technically, this is time, but you know, let's see what Ray says. You think we're good, Danny?
I think that you've demonstrated your knowledge of all of the enemies in the game.
Excellent. Then let's call it. That was time however many seconds ago. I've got like 217 something.
217. Very good. Very solid.
Boom. All right, let's go to the interview screen, I guess. I'll pop to my interview stream layout for Ray. I think that will be helpful. Boom. Hopefully that doesn't make the game feed just like 2 knees spread across the game feed. It probably did. I probably should have waited to be told to switch, but I switched. Gamers, I'll do a little bit of an outro, but we're gonna talk real quick about the puzzle because we talked about Danny's after his. So what I need you to do, gamers, is first of all, tell us which puzzle you thought was cooler and why. Pop it in the thing. Oh no, Ray, I didn't know that you had already cropped for this. Should I switch back? Should I switch? Oh, he's cropped. Oh,
we're getting the corner of ADEF's ear.
Wow. Okay, I'm here. Okay, so gamers, what puzzles you like more and why? And while we do that, Danny, I guess I'll rate on the same criteria. So lore, 11 out of 10. 11 out of 10, easy. Easy 11 out of 10 on the lore, Danny.
Very nice.
And difficulty, I'll say 6.
That's fair.
Maybe a 5. Maybe a 5. Nothing like this was all pretty requisite bingo knowledge as far as tricks, except for the Tektite thing.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a 6 just because of the Tektite thing, but you worked me through it, so I think 5 is also fair since I was aided in that way. And then what was the last thing?
So I had done routing difficulty, execution difficulty. Could separate
And
those
lore.
if you
okay,
wanted.
so routing difficulty, I would say is a 9, a 9 or a 10, I would say, because it's all about like this is non-cursory knowledge. I would say a lot of these enemies are just like, do you remember?
Yeah.
Do you remember?
It's really asking the question: do you truly know this game like the back of your hand?
Right, and there are clearly moments where I did not. So kudos to Danny for putting me through the ringer. I've got some requests, gamers. Make sure to follow Danny on Twitch and me if you enjoyed any of this content. Follow Danny, follow me on Twitch. We also do something together called Speedrunners and Dragons.
Mm-hmm.
You can go to youtube.com/speedrunnersdragons. I DM a live Dungeons and Dragons campaign with Danny as one of the players, and the video gets uploaded like every 2 weeks. So those are the 3 things. Follow those 2 Twitches and subscribe to the YouTube. That would mean the world to us. We're all, this is our thing. We play video games, largely OT, both of us. But Danny, any final thoughts?
This was a really cool idea, and like I mentioned earlier, I have another cool idea that maybe I can tell you about right after this, which is a secret from chat. But if you follow my stream and you keep up with my content, you will learn about this in the coming months. Secrets.
Excellent. Well, I'm going to give a few quick announcements, and then we're going to cut to a quick break, and then we will raid someone. So if you like channel points and if you like supporting some smaller creators, we're going to raid somebody in just a moment. So please stick around. But really quick, just some final announcements for you. If you missed out on any GDQ hotfix shows, if you ever miss out on any, you can always find them on the archive of past runs and shows at youtube.com/gamesdonequick. Also, GDQ Sum of Best Segments is a new YouTube channel. It's now launched. It's a highlight channel with regular videos like our main channel, but with small highlight reels for all of our main events and hotfix. So it's like cool cut together highlights of hotfix shows and GDQ main events. So, your sort of more classic YouTube speedrunner content that is coming out these days is this sort of thing that you'll find there, as opposed to the full shows on the main GDQ YouTube. So give it a look. I'm sure you can find it just by searching or by going to the Hotfix webpage at gamesdonequick.com/hotfix. You can find more info there as well on any of our shows, including this one. The last thing I'll say is that there will be no challenger approaching 2 weeks from now, pardon me. My cousin's getting married, so I'm going to be there. So no challenger approaching in 2 weeks. But you'll be seeing me, I think, on Super Boss Bros a couple times the next couple months, as well as challenger approaching in 4 weeks on October 8th. And that's all for us. Stick around, gamers, through the break, and we will be rating someone. Take care, get vaccinated, and stay safe.